Hello and welcome at the World Junior Chess Championship 2022. Here we are in Italy, in Sardinia, and we are your commentators, Grandmaster Evgeny Miroshnichenko and woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. We are going to stream this commentary on YouTube channel of FIDE and also on Twitch channel. So welcome everybody, and we are going to see the games of round 4. But yesterday we had double rounds and seems like we have survived.
Not all of us. I'm still kind of in this, in this belief that yesterday's double rounds went okay and everyone still takes part in this competition. Anyway, that was the hardest part, Keti. From now on, everything will be getting better and better day after day. Round 4, well, the field of the leaders quite narrowed after 3 rounds. We have, I believe, 5 people on perfect score in the open section and 3 or 4 girls. Yeah, 4 girls. Right. So, well, remember our predictions. I said after 4 rounds, we will still have somebody on 100%, but I wasn't sure about 5 rounds. In fact, today I'm checking those who are in the top seeds, in the top boards in the open section, and the games are pretty tough. So there is still a possibility, top boards leaders make a draw, and then once again it will be a bunch of players leading. Right, and once again some similarities, some differences. In the open section, the top seeds, number 1, number 2, who are Yesipenko and Nesterov, both dropped some, well, not some, but half a point, right? Both of them dropped half a point. And for girls, I think, the top seed also made the draw.
We had the top seed player made a draw, and also Armenian player who got a really nice performance at the youth championship under 18. She also is having a really shaky start of the tournament. Now we can see the players. I think this is Nicholas Kacharava, who played an amazing game yesterday with the sacrifice on F2. He's now playing on the 3rd board against Grandmaster from Serbia. After the game, during the dinner, I had a chance to see Nicholas, and it was the first time when I met him here. And it's like, oh, well done, congratulations! It was a nice game, and he was really very happy. Yes, he was very happy with the outcome, and having 3 out of 3 at this competition is a very good start. So here we have. Oh, hold on. Oh, who is this? Who is this player? I think this is our youngest participant, 13 years old. Player from Ukraine. Is that him?
Well, I didn't really catch. It does look like it's him. Igor Samunenkov faces Grandmaster Adam Kozak from Hungary on the 2nd board, where is 100% score. On 3 out of 3, both of those.
Yes.
Right, and as you've pointed out, Kacharava, not only he has won 3 out of 3, but yesterday's game was absolutely spectacular. And the thing is, I have to tell you, well, I don't know, it depends on player to player, but from personal experience, I can tell you that, when you are young uprising, every single beautiful game you win kind of adds some energy. So, but at some point you just stop caring. Okay, the win is the win. I don't care if I want some boring endgame, in my case, for instance, or I don't know, my opponent blundered. I don't care. It's a win, right? But like when you are uprising, when you're kind of making the most progress in your career, usually, if you play a spectacular game, it kind of, boosts your morale, if anything. Yeah.
Indeed. Let's take a look now closer to the pairings for today, round 4. In the open section, we have Frederick Swan against Abdullah Gadimbaili. Then we have Adam Kozak against Igor Samunenko, and we have Nicholas Kacharova against Velimir Ivanic in the
Ivic. Yeah, that's a
in
famous player.
in girls section. We do have Ekaterina Goltseva against Murat Kamalidenova, and we have Elizabeta Hrebenchenkova. That's the last name gonna beat our last names. Miro, you know, very long one.
No. I think I'm tied with Elizaveta on the length of a family name. Yeah, so she's facing Govhar Beydulayeva from Azerbaijan. And then Nargil Salimova, a top seed on 2.5 points, and she is paired against Lara Schulze from Germany. Yep. So that's.
And all those participants now we can see on the top seats. We have first 6 players in the open section. 5 of them are having 100 perfect score, and as Andrei Stepanko, as he's the highest rated player, he's now at the starting one of the first people with 2.5 points. And in the girls section, we have 4 players, as we mentioned, with 100% score. And also to have 2.5 points, it's quite decent at this competition.
Yeah, but let me figure it out. It looks like they've arranged in the specific order. I've checked, the alphabetic order. I've checked the rating. No, it doesn't work. So apparently, the tie breaks are taken into account, and well, it's great to see Samonenko, technically is leading the tournament, right? So he's on 3 out of 3, and he has the best tiebreak. Okay, of course, it's
it's changing.
It can change any time. Yeah, it can change any time. Wow, just look at it.
All right, you can bring the chess.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the first board. Yeah, I can see the first board of the open section. And why I'm so surprised, because I thought, look, it's move 8, and I thought that this was kind of unplayable, considered to be unplayable for black. So, and now I'm kind of surprised. Do I miss something? And then, yeah, well, very often like old-fashioned lines with computer assistance, with some novelties, and then they become playable, and vice versa, right? Or could it be that Gadimbaili simply mixed moves order? That's also possible, right?
Possible. Have been done so many times.
Yeah.
myself.
So, well, as soon as we'll get, so that's board 1 in the open section. It started as French defense, and E5. That's quite interesting. We've seen E5 yesterday, and somehow why I'm surprised to see it more and more. It was considered to be harmless, right? Since Nimzovich was perhaps the last guy who won a game. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but that's for many years. It's not the most challenging against the French defense, and still people play it. So C5, C3, and then among many other plans, there is this one with bishop to D7 and queen to B6. Usually they start with queen B6, then they go for bishop D7. Point being to try to trade the quote-unquote bad bishop, right? the light square bishop, which is behind the pawn chain, so you don't mind trading it via b5.
Yeah, it also you can find the use of the queen development on the b6 square.
That's why
queen is there.
b6.
Why not to play bishop d7, bishop b5?
Yeah. So white goes bishop e2, which is okay, I believe. I'm not sure. I mean, it's a debate, because you can play a3 if I'm not mistaken, and then in case of bishop b5 you kind of win a tempo on a2, a3, but it's not necessarily a very useful move, right? So bishop e2, and then once again, why I was surprised, because I always thought that this is the right way to do it. So you take on d4, and only then you go bishop b5. This way, black gets to trade the bishops, but you know, when you gain something, it means you lose something as well. So in this case, you allow white to go knight c3, right?
Right.
So it's gonna be like takes on b5, knight c3, or something like that. Right. So of course, it's tempting to preserve the tension, not to trade on d4 and so on, to go bishop b5 immediately. But this gives white a couple of options, because c4 used to be a decent move, and then you break in the center with d5 and so on. But also this, like white captures on c5, and after bishop c5 he goes b4, and at least to my knowledge, bishop f2, king f1 was kind of problematic for black. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll be proven wrong here, because the bishop is kind of getting stuck. White is obviously threatening to take on b5. Bishop e3 doesn't work because white takes on e3, right?
Right.
So the bishop is stuck for now, and then yeah, I don't know what black is supposed to do here.
Yeah, this is actually impacting the game, and I could not stop myself to check if there was a game already happened here.
Yeah.
There is a game, actually. So as you mentioned, this bishop on f2 is in fact stacked, right? So now the threat is bishop b5, check, queen takes b5, and king f2. So black has to make decision to bring this bishop back on c6 or d7. If you take the bishop on e2, queen takes e2, and black's
The bishop is
gone.
trapped, yeah.
Yeah, so after bishop to c6, now white makes move queen to d3 to control e3 square.
Yeah, so that the bishop is not running away.
Yeah, and after a6, here black can play a6 with the idea bishop e5, white plays a4.
To
And
stop the bishop
yeah,
b5.
white's idea is to play rook a2 and to control the second rank with that. It looks really tempting, right?
And this. Okay, it's a longish plan, but the
Yeah.
bishop is really stuck there, and it's not a lot black can do. Well, probably has to go for some, I don't know,
FC,
initiative like castles.
97, knight f5, something like
Yeah,
that has happened
yeah.
in that game. So the engine sees this only way here how to survive this bishop, but if you mixed up a little bit of the engine lines that you're prepared here, it is really risky territory for black.
Okay, so white actually plays a4, which makes perfect sense, right? Because bishop e3, you still have a5 here,
Right.
and you do win the bishop. So a4 makes perfect sense. Okay. a4, a6, right? And then you can go queen d3, right?
Yeah, because now at this point,
It's a transposition,
white can play
right?
any other move. White can play e5, but then queen a7 still keeps this.
And yeah, then bishop e3
Then,
is
yeah.
a threat. So I wonder, Frederick Svanner, he reached this position very, very fast. So apparently it was a preparation, right?
Yes, and he has more time. Seems like black has spent here some time to capture an f2 or not to capture an f2. And
But I think you pretty much have to, because otherwise your option is to do what? To
After
go
b4,
after
yeah?
b4, yeah. After b4, you probably just go to e7 or go to f8. Both look pretty ugly, right? So white gets a lot of space and also quite a few tempi by trading on b5, pushing the queen side. Therefore, if you've entered this line, you better know what to do next. Yeah. Okay, let me update. a5 played. Okay, so that's a deviation from the game that you've seen, that you've just mentioned, right?
yeah, so far there's no more
Queen
game
a7,
here.
right? And knight a3. All played relatively quickly.
That's interesting. So after bishop e3,
Bishop
is
E3.
white going to play b5 here?
b5, I don't think it quite works, because how about bishop c1? Do we just take?
B6.
Ah, b6, sorry,
B6,
b6,
that's
yeah,
pretty
beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
b6, so b5, a b5 then, right?
Knight takes b5.
Then we take with the knight, then
Bishop
black
takes.
has to take, white takes, then what happens? Knight d7, knight c6, the options are knight d7, knight c6, or move the king, yeah? And moving the king, well, might work, yeah. king f8, but somehow it's sketchy. Because white sacrificed one pawn, but he has quite some time to develop an initiative because queen is really stuck on a7.
Right.
Right. So even
something like knight d4, king e2,
yeah,
as well,
even
rook
king
f1.
e2, yeah. So that you bring the rook to f1, and f7 is in danger, right? And black is not very well coordinated, and it is all for one pawn only.
Yes.
So I can imagine this being dangerous for black.
Very dangerous, and especially if this game has been already seen by Frederick during the preparation.
No,
that's even more dangerous.
It's clear that he is well prepared. Yeah. So b5's on the board.
A takes, knight is already on
A
b5.
takes, knight takes. Yeah, you can't really do anything with black. You absolutely have to enter this line. Check on b5. What else I wanted to mention? If knight c6, there will be some a6 ideas.
Yeah.
He does play knight c6. Okay, so a6. Maybe a6 is not that scary. In fact,
knight c6 has been played.
Knight c6 is on the board. Yeah.
Okay.
What else you can do is you can. Does this work or it's stupid? Like take here, go e6, knight e7 perhaps.
Right.
A b7. Ah no, this way white wins apparently.
First you're gonna promote the pawn.
No. This much I've seen. Yeah, but rook b8. Rook b8, and somehow white apparently wins because the engine is
going crazy.
very
queen a4
happy. Yeah.
Probably queen a4.
Queen a4. There is also queen d4, strangely.
Yeah.
Like when queen takes, knight takes, and rook a6, and maybe white wins a piece. Looks like. Not guaranteed. I mean, there's still some tricks, but it seems to be a very dangerous line. Like if you do not, if you didn't study it, if you did not repeat it right before the game, it's very easy to go wrong with black, especially against well-prepared opponent. But it's the first time Frederick pauses here after knight c6. We don't really know if he's like out of his preparation or maybe just considers. It might be that it's not the only option, right, to take on e3, go a6. Maybe there are other moves. Like queen a4 makes sense. Knight d4 could be an option, by the way. Knight d4. Computer's not very happy, but who knows? My point was that bishop c1 runs into knight c6, or I was hoping that this would work. Knight c6 and then take on c6, take on a8. So I wonder if knight d4 is the move. But anyway, that's an exciting game. Like right from the start, something very sharp. That's
very interesting.
You love to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's something. This can go somewhere very, very sharp position. And it's not something that they are going. It's not a direction of draw, let's say so.
We don't know. Once again, the recent practice has shown that there is a lot of arguably one of the most drawish lines, and if both opponents know the theory, is knight of variation with bishop g5, which was considered for decades. It was considered
sharpest.
To be sharpest. Yeah. So that's a state of modern theory. So in fact, the top players often get criticized for playing offbeat openings. Like, oh, why do you play this English opening? Why do you play b3 and so on? Because they know everything. Because, you cannot surprise me with any sort of gambit. I've studied it at home, and then, I don't know, I can play 30 moves of theory and just make it draw. Right. So, therefore, they are looking for those surprising lines. Yeah, but here it does feel like the position is fresh, and perhaps White has resources to keep his initiative going. Okay, unlike board 2, right, when it's quite, I want to say quite
Stable,
quiet.
yeah, quiet position.
So board 2, Adam Kozak against Igor Samonenkov. This one is an interesting take on the Queen's Gambit, right? So A7, A6.
Yeah, this
It
for
was-
past few years it became so popular, right? To play A6, H6 somewhere.
I want to say that,
waiting.
like last couple of years, for some reason they've stopped it. It was very popular. Then perhaps there is some critical position that the top players do not like, and therefore they are not playing, and it goes out of fashion. Yeah, but it's already a second appearance of this position in our streams, and if you ask me, I have no clue whatsoever how White's supposed to get an advantage. I mean, these are playable positions, of course, but not something all that bad for Black. And I guess we've seen exactly this, right? Bishop f4, an attempt to trade the bishop, or an invitation for for Black to take on f4, and then after ef4, f5 becomes quite a serious threat.
Right, and this pawn on the other hand can support the knight on
Yeah,
e5
and the knight on e5
even more.
So queen c7, queen to d2, once again, castles, castles, and Black goes rook e8, rook e1, knight b6. So patiently waiting for White to make up his mind to, if White plans to take on d6, then it's just a very solid cause. But I guess Black should be okay. Yeah. So b3 and rook to d8. Okay, rook to d8.
Yeah, so far we have seen a lot of such a structure and the setup in this position in this tournament for these 3 days that we are looking at. Seems like it's coming back to fashion.
It's a popular structure since, I don't know, maybe Capablanca-Lasca match,
Yeah.
or these years, 1918, 1910s, 1920s, right? So that's when it first got kind of popular. And yeah, let's check board 3. Let's check your countryman, who is known for sacrificing a lot of pieces, as he told us. Kacharava against Ivic. That's Rossolimo, Sicilian, right? Bishop b5 in the Sicilian, which nowadays seems to be more popular than the d4 move itself, the real Sicilian, so to speak. Right, e7, e6, castles, knight g to e7, and d4. This is one of those mysterious lines to me, because White plays the open Sicilian with the bishop on b5, which is not clear what it does here, that it actually goes back. It actually goes back voluntarily, so we could say White gets this position tempo down, but by this position, I mean Black had to play knight e7 and knight g6, which is not often the case, right? So this would be like something usual Scheveningen Sicilian, right? Knight c3, d7, d6, and with the knight on g6 it's different. It's not necessarily bad. Sometimes knight on g6 is actually a good thing.
Right, I have this kind of structures when White sacrifices c3 pawn, like d4, c takes d4, c3, in that position. And I like to play then f6 and knight e5 to centralize my knight on the central square, and to play like this.
Yeah, but it's
a bit
more a gambit we are
yeah,
talking
different.
about. Yes, so like d4, say pawn takes c3,
and then c3, yes.
And then this is one of the reputable setups, is to go like e6, knight e7, and then bring the knight to g6. Anyway, current position. So White in this moment, White goes c4, goes knight c3, and Here it's not even clear. It might have been some English opening, right? It doesn't
Yeah, it's
necessarily
like
look
English.
like Sicilian.
That's true.
Queen c7, and what do we do? Some rook c1, knight d5. This is. These are possible ideas. There's also c5 move. Strangely enough, because like you exchanging the c pawn for an a pawn technically. If black doesn't do anything, right? We takes a central pawn for a side pawn might sound not good, but. Because of knight b5 and so on, the b6 pawn will be quite weak. So c5 might be the move.
He made a move actually.
And yeah, let me update.
Queen c7.
Queen
we're gonna
c7.
see. I see rook is still on e1.
He did play something, but it's not clear what it
F4.
was. f4.
Ah.
Okay, yeah, that's also an option. But this makes it game a bit more kingside centric, right? So after f4, you kind of feel that, yeah, probably it will be about f5 or, I don't know. Yeah, with the knight, well, what's interesting about the knight on g6, like characteristic of those positions, that sometimes with the knight on f6, you would go g4, g5, even with your king being short castled, right? There are examples of such plan in, in Scheveningen, Sicilian. But yeah, but not with the knight on g6. It doesn't make any sense, right? So g4, g5, and what? You weaken your king, right?
Then you have to push more pawns.
You've spent a couple of tempi. Yeah. So f4 is perhaps f5 might be an idea one day.
Yeah.
And also just to
f5
control.
followed with f6 then, because if you just push f5, that you give up e5 square.
Yeah, you give up an e5 square.
That's a good idea.
But yeah, f5 connected with with f6 with opening the black king might be a plan. On the other hand, like with the knight on b3, knight on c3, those are a little bit too far away from the king side. So for the time being, I don't think it's as a serious threat. Like say black goes some usual Sicilian move, rook c8. This probably should not work just yet. f6 and who knows, maybe black can just take, right? Bishop h6 and even has the luxury of moving the rook away because queen is not yet getting there, and then it's king h8, rook g8 and so on. But yeah, in terms of plans, yeah, f4, f5,
just
that's
central, control the center. Just have there. We have seen the games how strong he can be in his calculation and attack. So then I think he will play rook to c1 with this knight d5, knight b5 idea. c5 is out there still. So this game is going to heat up. I have very interesting suggestion.
Tell me.
Already something very interesting is happening on the board. 31 in the open section.
31. Let's see.
So I am taking you here.
This line. Actually, nobody knows what this line is. This line that I know from the childhood, and I thought it will never appear in tournament practice, up to the point when it was played by Richard Rapport this year in Belgrade Grand Prix against Hikaru Nakamura. And we are talking about this. Yeah, let's show quickly. So Bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez Spanish opening, whatever you call it, a6 and d6. I'm not sure what's the proper name for it. We used to call it, once again, it's a translation from Russian. So, yeah, we used to call it Morphy-Steinitz defense or improved Steinitz defense, something, because Steinitz defense itself is to play d6 immediately, right?
Right.
And to include a6 and then to go d6, it has absolutely different ideas. Different ideas, yeah. One of them being that after castle, you can still play quote-unquote normally. You can go bishop d7 or knight e7, stuff like that, yeah. But the big point, the big tactical point, was of course to go bishop g4, to pin this knight, and after h3 to play h5. Oops, I just misclicked it, yeah, h5. And then you have a bunch of really funny variations and, well, lots of theory, but very, very old-fashioned theory. So I didn't check it with computer perhaps at all. Because we were playing this when I don't know, 15 years, 10 years old, something like that.
One
It was
of the first fancy lines, right? With
yeah,
sacrifices.
absolutely, because it's a bit of mystery. Yeah, you sacrifice a piece. I mean, how do you learn the art of attacking chess and sacrifices? So first, it's very basic. You are very happy when you sacrifice the queen and then checkmate it on the next move. But now we understand that, well, with all honesty, it's not even a sacrifice, right? If it leads to an immediate checkmate. Yeah, but positions like this, when you sacrifice a piece and it goes on and on, sometimes in the end game.
Yeah, remember this game of Caruana and Rapport was just a game. They continued to play and it was just in balanced position, but very strategical play still.
So, apart from d4, there are, of course, other moves. d4 was considered to be one of the most challenging. Like, if you don't mind, I can just quickly show one line that I hopefully still remember from the childhood. It was, yeah, trade on c6 first and then go d4. And black would reply with queen f6. And then you take, and black takes back. And then white takes the bishop, black takes back. And then bishop g5 happens. And then, yeah, the queen is attacked, obviously. You shouldn't go queen g6, which seems to be tempting because white goes queen d7.
Right.
Ah, no, wait a second, not queen d6. Queen g6 is just stupid because knight e5. No, you go queen e6, and then he goes to h2, and you go g3, and then some check on c5 if he takes, right? So he goes knight g4, and then, wait a second, and then, what was it? Queen g6, I'm guessing? Queen d7, yeah, that was the line. Queen d7, king d7. I just remember that there was the funniest pawn structure I've ever seen. This one. So black has all pawns isolated and still has a fantastic initiative because of bishop c5 threat. Never mind. Okay, this never happened and probably will never ever occur in tournament practice. d4 is a very serious move, and indeed Nakamura played it against Rapport. b5, bishop b3, knight takes d4, looks like white blundered something, but in fact, after this trade, what was the purpose of playing d4? So you open the c1 bishop, and now instead of like hiding on h2 or going to e1, which is a terrible idea, black just plays queen h4. Yeah, you have knight g5, and you block the scope for the queen, can't go to h4, and also you attack the f7 pawn. Okay, and I'm guessing not only that, but knight takes b3. If I'm not mistaken, it runs into queen d5, and white's like almost winning immediately. Because of course you would like to take the bishop on b3. It's quite annoying, yeah, but it runs into queen d5, and then f7 is hit, and also a8 rook is hanging. So you will have to go here, and after this check, not to lose the rook with the check, you will have to go to e7. And only then white takes the knight on b3, so completely winning.
Yeah,
or maybe he checkmates with knight c3. I don't even know. Don't even know. So this is, of course, is not possible. Knight h6 has to defend f7, but then black kind of plans to take the bishop, and white becomes like more positional, more strategic, because black no longer threatens on the h-file. Like, the rook is blocked, the queen is not reaching there. It's more about winning this knight.
Knight is stuck
yeah,
on
with
G5,
bishop
yes.
e7. Yeah, with bishop e7.
Yeah, yeah. In that case, I remember somewhere there was also a move f4 from white to open up the f5 and also to guard the knight on g5.
I'm not even sure what's the next. Ah, bishop. Wait a second. This is how it's supposed to go, I think. Bishop d5, c6, c3. Pawn takes, bishop e7, something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Remember some really crazy lines. Some really crazy lines. And f4, yeah, you're absolutely right. f4 is also f4 is also a move. Yeah, I'm just trying to recall what was. Or maybe bishop e3 is the move here first. Bishop e7, f4. no, yeah. That's the bad thing about kind of partially knowing the chess theory, right? Because you cannot really think about the position. You're trying to recall, and if you don't remember, and good thing is if you're a commentator, so you just look silly. But if you have to play the position where you
just lost the
kind of
game.
half remember, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, remembering the half obviously is very bad, but I think it's Vichy who said that it's better. Like best is to remember the line entirely, but it's better not to know anything than know 90%. Interestingly, because yeah, like you'll always
it's try to remember. Things.
Reconstruct, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to reconstruct without kind of understanding the logic. Okay, I remember the queen was supposed to go there,
that's so bad.
that's so terrible.
Yeah. Some people might think that it's good to know why it's so bad. You know, so many pieces, location. You know that it's fine, but in fact, then your brain is modified to find this line, the curved line, and your brain is not free to come up with
like
ideas.
with the actual moves. Once again, it really depends on the position. Like if it's something quiet like this Carlsbad, it's of course good to know the plans, but in the position where each wrong move might cost you the game, then of course you have to be like super precise.
This position is too crazy to me, to be honest. It's
all right. So what happens now? It's white
can play
F4.
We can see this how crazy it can get.
After queen d7, no? Or what is this?
There is one of the most played move, d5. So obviously
d5
you want to develop your bishop on c5. Bishop takes d5. Now bishop c5. And
bishop e3.
Bishop goes on e3. And I forgot what was the line.
No, but this looks...
Queen d6. Queen d6 was the line before. And
bishop b6.
Yeah, this gives the engine gives white huge advantage for some reason.
You mean our evaluation bar? But it's
so confused, right?
No, wait. It's depth 16, so it's not reliable at all. It can count. I mean, what side has how many pieces? But it's I believe if we will take the rook and then it's very happy. But then probably black wins with some, don't know, knight f5, you know, and then checkmate.
Yeah, I was thinking how about somewhere to give up knight f3 check, get the bishop there. So complicated.
Yeah, it's a very, very rich position, like a lot of tactics. So let's keep an eye on this one. It's board 31.
What this time situation tells you? That white is almost down to 1 minute? 1 hour?
Not much, because I don't know where he was spending time.
Like, we can check it. Like, let's go back on...
Let's say... So basically, if he started to spend time here, then I can understand him, right? If, let's say, if he blitzed out everything and he's surprised, like after knight h6, then this is strange. Because after bishop g4, it's very logical to start thinking, because you know this line exists, but that's not the hottest line, let's say, not the most topical one. So you've analyzed it back in the day, and now you try to remember what was. And not only that, but you are not forced to enter this sharpest thing. Yeah, so you go h3, your opponent plays h5, and you can play safely. You're not forced to go for this d4 crazy complications.
What I see here, the first time I started to think was after bishop g4.
After bishop g4, yeah. So that's exactly what I'm saying. So that's quite logical.
Then the next time white took the most of the time was h5.
After h5?
Yeah. h5 and d4, yeah.
h3, h5, and then before going d2, d4,
yeah.
Before going d2, d4. All right. We have a first result, believe it or not.
Oh. And it's not a draw. I thought it was a draw.
Perhaps player did not show up. I think that can be the only reason, right? I mean, the game did not start, and black has won, so something happened to the player with the white pieces.
Okay, so that's the plus for white. Well, for black, actually, at this kind of competition, you definitely don't want to get any plus because you're not getting rating, you're losing the chances to get the norm. It's
No,
just a
really,
point.
really. I thought in any competition you take a win without a play, grab it with both hands.
Well, it depends how old are you. Like at this
Nah,
point, I
that's
can
how
take.
experienced I am.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I remember such things, of course. Like when I've actually never been considered, kind of young talent or something. But let's say when I was an ambitious player, under 20, and if something like this would happen, like my opponent would not show up, I would be so disappointed.
Yeah.
That okay,
Yeah.
I could beat him and gain rating, or I don't know, I would have better tiebreak if I would have won the game. Yeah.
Now you appreciate
No,
it. You just
of
get
course,
a cup of
of course.
half of coffee,
Half
look
an hour.
others fighting.
Half an hour and deal done. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, just checking once again a game of Andrei Yesipenko, and he continues with his bishop a4 trick in the Sicilian with the check. Yeah, that's quite interesting. Remember, this bishop a4, so it's already a second time he's playing this. Now I think he deviates himself. Yes, after e6. Previously, no, it wasn't e6. In the other game, black went g6. So here it's e6, and he goes d3, c4, knight c3, h3. Oh, a very strange set of moves. So I still believe white is looking for d3, d4 break, and eventually this Marozzi setup, right? But postpones it so that the black pieces black makes his mind. e5 might be an idea, but then once again, white is trying to prove that black's knight on d7 is misplaced, right? Because with this structure, d5 is the crucial square and d4 is the crucial square.
Yeah.
White developed the knight kind of correctly on c3, able to jump on d5 if needed, and black knight is somewhat away from d4. So e5 makes the structure symmetrical, but does not necessarily equalize the game.
Yeah, and
Girls, anything? Maybe some interesting games in
we have
Gelsa?
a lot of interesting games, but there is also interesting fact that on the first board, Frederick has not made any move, and he has spent more than 20 minutes already so far
After knight
this move.
c6.
Yeah.
That's super interesting, because once again, it's kind of a detective work. So now to understand what goes on, because it might actually be bad news for his opponent, because he was clearly very well prepared up to the point.
He's going to play.
Up to the point where black played knight c6. And one would think, like, the guy obviously knows all the computer moves for him and for his opponent. And then all of a sudden, opponent plays the move which computer does not suggest. So that means the move is bad, right? And then it's very much understandable. So you turn to spend a lot of time just to realize why this move is bad. Why this move is bad.
Move, so now Frederick is proving his opponent that you played knight c6. It's a bad move.
But that's only one of my guesses. I mean, it could be, once again, as we said, it could be that knight c6 is actually the best move in the position. We don't know yet. And then let's imagine white has a couple of ways. Like he can take on e3, as been done in the game. He can, I don't know, go knight d4, which we were discussing. So let's say we don't know exactly what's the best solution for white. And white is trying to figure out what to play. Yeah, first guess that we came up with like half an hour ago to take on e3 and to play a6 is on the board. Is on the board. I don't know if it's the best, but that's what
it's the best according to the engine, because I double checked, and for some reason our engine suggests queen to a7, the only move to
queen to a7 to pin the a pawn. Do we trust an engine on this one?
Yeah, sometimes yes, sometimes
probably
not.
Probably we do, right? It also guards the b7 pawn. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, we shall see. Quite an interesting development. So what do we do? Do we move to?
Let's go to the girls
girls
section.
section. Nah, that's wrong. That's from the previous round. Alrighty, board 1. Goltseva against Kamaldenova. Kamalidenova, pardon. Have no idea what to say about the position, but from what I can see, it's still a theory for black.
Still,
right.
still
1 hour 30. Yeah, 1 hour 30.
time.
The position is not quite. Well, it doesn't look that familiar. Move is it's 18th move to make from black, and she's still on 1 hour 30. So how did this came about? That's the Catalan. It's the Catalan, right? So we were talking yesterday about this. It's actually quite interesting. So d4, knight d5. I really love like deconstructing the thought behind the moves order, right? Because it's not a lot of people who would voluntarily put the knight on f3 if not asked, right? So quite often it would be this moves order, knight f6, c4, e6, and then you're so terrified of prospects of playing the Nimzo, you don't have the reason to, but yeah, some people
sometimes,
just terrified.
Yeah.
And then knight f3, and then d5. And this is kind of the official way of reaching this position, even though the position is the same. Right. Anyway, so white went for the Catalan, g3, d takes c4, bishop g2, and then a check on b4. And that used to be quite a popular line. I think it got a recent popularity after Kramnik-Topalov match. So it's already quite some years ago, like 15 years ago almost. Yeah, that's incredible. Okay, so knight to c3 actually does transpose it into Nimzo.
All right.
Castles, castles, knight to c6, queen a4, and it's possibly one more transposition. By that point, I'm not even sure what opening we are talking about. It could have been from Nimzo Indian, right? Ragozin, yeah. Ragozin just you give a check, knight c6, you play g3. Yeah, you can get it from the Ragozin. Yeah, so a lot of possible transpositions. After knight d5, white goes queen c2, rook to d1, e4. Interesting, white goes queen b1 and not queen e2 here.
Yeah, which actually attacks the pawn on
c4.
on c4.
Yeah. But perhaps black still would play knight d3, and then apparently queen on b1 is better placed at least
b5,
yeah, at least for what white is planning. Yeah, so white plans to go to b5 and win the pawn back, and that's exactly what happens. Knight c1, rook to c1, c5, queen takes, b5, queen goes, queen to c7, and c4, bc4 is on the board. Okay.
So now what happens after queen takes on c4 to increase the pressure on c file, and then next to threaten to take the pawn on c file?
I guess black has something.
Should have something. Rook d8 probably.
Rook d8, aren't we a pawn down after this? Or not really? No. We actually, or maybe we are. Actually, yeah, look, takes here, and
yeah, bishop
is
should
it alive?
go
Yeah,
somewhere.
like if you take with the queen, rook d8 wins,
Rook d8,
right?
yes.
Rook d8 wins. If you
give
take with
it
the bishop,
yeah.
maybe you take with the bishop, but then rook c1 is, I thought, is annoying. Maybe rook c1 doesn't really work.
Ooh.
No, black is winning somehow.
Queen.
Tell me.
Bishop a6.
Bishop a6.
You get very excited.
Right, and then if queen takes, you just take on f2.
Yes.
And it's more or less even material, but
the white's king
but
is
king
exposed.
is terrible. King is terrible, like rook b2 next and so on. Yeah.
If you take on c5, then
If you take on c5,
first rank
then
there
black
queen.
trades, right? Black trades, gives a check, takes the bishop with a check, perhaps, and then moves the rook away.
That's right.
Then moves the rook away, and actually threatens bishop f1 now.
And bishop h3.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wow.
So you don't have the time, let's say, to play rook a5 or something. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, no, but obviously white is not forced to do all that after queen c4. So rook d8. There are other options, like d5, for instance. d5 would be standard Catalan move. So you try to kind of not trying to win this pawn on c5, but just for it to remain there, and it will restrict black's bishop.
It's weak pawn. So.
If you get the chance, you wouldn't mind going knight d4 and knight c6. I say if this happens, and then some inaccurate, like bishop d6, I'm not sure. Maybe knight d4 black's going to take. But let's say,
H6.
once again, some stupidity. Yeah, but h6. Then, yeah, knight d4, and knight is heading to c6. And it might get unpleasant for black.
True. White, in fact, made a move.
And we don't see it.
I think
Took on c4.
c4 by the queen, yeah.
So queen takes on c4 indeed, yeah. All right. So Kamalidenova is better prepared, but the position is such that I think if white is careful enough, she'll not get into much of a trouble. So shall we check the second board as well? This is yet another Catalan of some sort, or might have been... okay, once again, talking of transposition. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, g3, and a check on b4.
Right, started from Catalan.
It's not even the Catalan. I think for now it's, Bogo Indian, right? I mean, when you go with the check. After knight f3, bishop b4 is kind of real Bogo Indian, but after g3, perhaps as well. And bishop d2, bishop e7, but this one is Catalan, right? c6, queen to c2, knight d7, castles b6, bishop f4, bishop b7, b3.
Yeah, this is actually quite common variation in Catalan system, where the idea for white is to play knight to
e4 eventually,
yeah,
right?
c3,
knight c3
knight
and
d2,
e4.
and then e4. Black wants to play rook c8 and c5. So both of the sides are trying to control the center and open up the center.
So that's 10 moves in, right?
Yeah.
10 moves, but could have been 9 moves, because black lost the tempo with the bishop by going bishop b4 and then to e7, and white lost the tempo by going bishop d2 and then bishop f4.
Yeah.
That's very confusing, right?
It used to be very confusing for me when I started to play this Catalan system.
Yeah, but
as
especially,
a kid now, but
especially you know, like when, let's say, with the database, you're working with the database, and sometimes you would look for the games that have like b2, b3, move 10, and then you find very few, but on move 9 you find a lot more. Yeah. Okay. So far too early to speak what goes on here. It's a theoretical position. It's not, once again, not the hottest discussed theories, and nowadays people play some bit other lines, let's say, against the Catalan, but perfectly fine for black, so still.
Very interesting is the board 3, where the rating favorites Salimova is playing against Lara Schultz from Germany, and Lara is in top boards for the first rounds that we have seen, and yesterday played quite nice game and made a draw.
All right, so what happens here is the same Catalan with bishop b4 check, but instead of going to e7, black actually plays a5, and this is in fact the theoretical line. Castles. Okay, I'm not sure. I think was queen c2 a move here? It's quite sensitive. I mean, the theory goes bishop g2, and then if black takes on c4, queen c2. I think that was the theory, and it's somehow a little bit different, strangely enough. Yeah, that was considered to be slightly more precise for white, because if you take, white has a spare option of taking with the queen. We will see what happens. What happens if you take with the knight? That actually transposes to our game. But taking with the queen was funny, because now if black castles, then knight a3 wins the pawn back. There is no b7, b5, right? And if black goes b5 immediately, somewhat naively, then it's a very nice double attack, queen g7 and queen b5.
I like that.
Right. Okay, it's not that simple, of course. Black has his resources, white's not better as in any decent opening line. Yeah, the path exists for black to equalize. But anyway, right. And then in our game, white, well, quite logically decided, okay, I'll castle as well. D takes c4, queen c2, and then, yeah, taking on d2 with the queen doesn't make any sense. So white takes with the knight, and then b5, and you no longer win the pawn back.
That's right. Like if you play a4, then black has these resources of c6.
Yeah, a4, c6, but also, I'm not even sure if, yeah, perhaps c6 is the move, but also in some positions, interestingly, like a4, they would guess play bishop a6 and then take. I mean, I've seen this. Maybe not exactly this setup. And then you win back the c4 pawn, and then somehow they manage to play c5, and everything is dead equal. So this is another option, because after c6, it's always some compensation, right? Black keeps the pawn, but somehow the bishop on c8 is not great, and it's quite a bit of suffering. Anyway, in our game, instead of a4, white goes for b2, b3. C takes b3, knight takes b3, and this idea of sacrificing the pawn this way, basically for the c5 square, is also not new, but it's known to work much better with black pawn on c6. Then, so that the bishop is passive.
Because this pawn actually stops black to develop his her
much
pieces.
harder. Yeah, much harder for black to develop.
And the bishop is locked. Now this bishop is free to go maybe on e4 square, d5 square.
Okay, rook f to c1, and black is still thinking. Black is still thinking. Well, I guess we can say that white still has some compensation, like Benko Gambit-like compensation. You have two semi-open files, and then you just press on them, right? So it's not like black is just a pawn up. Yeah, white definitely has something.
Very good, I think very good play, something like knight c5, 95.
Yeah.
In case it's knight g5, even if.
So black has to be careful. Yeah, black has to be careful. But not without a chance. After all, pawn is the pawn, and then if, let's say, if white misplays his, let's say, his initiative goes nowhere, then, yeah.
True.
Because there have been examples, black simply kind of capitalizing on his extra pawns, slowly, gradually, like exchanging pieces, you know, improving his stuff, and then winning. Yeah, at some point you see, okay, but the pawn is still there.
Yeah, that's what we were talking actually earlier, that in the opening like Catalan, if you are not sure exactly how to proceed, then you just give a pawn and then you are fighting to get it back.
Could be that you're fighting to get it back, and not always will succeed to get it back.
True. A lot of very tempting positions are happening in the open section.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to open section.
And,
Oops, no, not here.
Which one I can suggest?
So board one, no changes. Just bishop a6 and queen a7 was played. In fact, it turns out it's black who's better prepared. Maybe.
He played right away, Queen A7.
Yeah, on board 2, eventually they've, it was white who lost his nerve and took on d6. Yeah, so this tension could not be held any further. Rook ac1, queen e7, g6. But that's your usual call spot where black is doing quite well usually. Knight c8 might be a bit surprising, right? Knight c8.
96, 94.
Yeah, so you want to put the knight on g6. That's correct. But after knight c8, isn't it annoying if white takes on a6?
So if bishop is captured, then knight
ba6, knight c6, queen
take 2
goes
pawns, yeah.
wherever it goes, maybe b7, and then knight takes, rook takes. It's a very strange position because white gets 2 pawns in the rook. So technically it's sort of white has material advantage, right? And for now, black doesn't really have like initiative or squares for his speed. Like imagine white goes b4 and then you can say, okay, but now I have a square on c4 for my knight.
D6, knight c4,
so black pieces are still somewhat restricted. So I'm wondering if it's not better for white if white just takes on a6.
I like this position for white. Then you have knight a4, knight c5. You have the control over c file, and the bishop on e6 looks
the
so
bishop on
sad.
e6 is not really that active, right? If you say things starting to go like not very well for you, you can always kind of play f3 and stop knight e4. If you trade the queens, that it's obvious that like endgame is better for white with this material. So yeah, and I understand it might be a playable position for black, right? So if, let's say, if it happens naturally, then yeah, so be it. But here, black seemingly had the choice, right? He could avoid this by, I don't know, playing some other move and then proceed with knight d7.
Yeah, but this is not this kind of typical sacrifice in these positions. The position itself is so calm and not having too much of the sequences
so
of
you
the
think
I think
he
he
might
just
have
missed
missed
it. Yeah.
I
would also miss this one. Because you're so much focused on something
improving
else.
the pieces, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but maybe it comes with experience, but that's exactly what I'm asking myself when position seems safe. How I can, mess it up, and then you always see this like tactics, even if they're not non-existent, right?
I understand here fully knight c8, knight d6 idea, because I know that in these positions my bishop is badly looking on e6. I want to play bishop f5 to trade the bishop, so you would not imagine that some sacrifices can happen there.
Right. Okay. Yeah, actually one of the ways to avoid the sacrifice, I was looking for a comfortable move, like queen d6, I'm not convinced, right? I mean, it's like moving the queen and so on. Returning the rook to a8 is a little bit strange, right? a5 might be not a bad move. I mean, why not? I mean, white still looks like to play a3, b4 and so on. So a5 you are somewhat expanding on the queen side. And it's plain and simple. a6 pawn no longer is hanging.
Right. a5.
So might have been an alternative.
Yeah,
Once
I like
again,
a5.
Not really stating anything.
That also stops future plays like b4 and
like
b5.
You somewhat control the queen side as well. Alrighty, so what's next? Shall we check Karachava before we proceed with... You said that there are like some crazy games.
There were crazy games, but I kind of lost it. Maybe the game has been ended? Or we have only one game?
So far have only one result. We have this boot 31 with crazy Roy
it was
Lopez,
somewhere close to another crazy...
well, actually, white spent quite some time and went the bishop d5, and this is, I think this is exactly what I was talking about. So this line exists for sure. This line exists for sure. And then I don't recall what was the move. Maybe bishop e7. And somehow, if I remember correctly, black is winning the piece back. You can't really preserve an extra piece for white, but white uses this time and somehow gets positional advantage. Okay, that's rough explanation, but this is what usually happens. And I don't think I don't think black has any other move after bishop d5. So I'm a little bit surprised
c6
that
looks to be.
Yeah, like you move the rook, then after c3, perhaps it's just time to resign. Yeah. So that's why I'm a bit surprised. It was black to enter this line, right? So he was certainly planning something. Then all of a sudden he started thinking after one of the main continuations from his opponent. All right.
This time
no
situation
results,
for
yeah?
white
No
is
results.
really it's alerting.
Yeah, but on the other hand, look, it's only move 11. Still 50 minutes though, plus an increment. And when, let's say, the opening is that complex, you probably want to spend time, right? Because, I understand time is needed, but also a good position is needed. Who cares if you have 1 hour on the clock if, let's say, if you're lost after 20 moves?
Yeah,
right?
and this is the tournament when we do have this standard time control, right? Even if you have seconds on the clock, if it's winning, you're gonna have 30 seconds.
Yeah, you have this 30 seconds of increment, which is sort of an insurance against you flagging yourself. Okay, let me see. I'm searching for any results in the girls section. No. All the games are in progress.
Yeah, so
it's only 1 hour.
Really.
It's only 1 hour.
I can suggest very interesting position, Petrashvili, Petkov. Looks very nice one. It is Petrashvili's board 8.
Board 8. Sure. Oof. That's. I wonder if it's something new. Like, if it's new, it must be like last couple of moves. So once again, that's a funny line. So you would think that this is closed Sicilian. And, well, technically you're right. E4, C5 is called closed variation of a Sicilian. But after d7, d6, and why d7? Wait a second. After d7, d6, so basically you do this. I mean, you can play closed Sicilian, that's fine. But if you're aiming at the variation that will happen in our game, you only do this against the knight of players. Because, interestingly enough, if your opponent exclusively plays the knight of, he cannot go knight c6, which is the most comfortable way of playing closed Sicilian, right? Because after knight f3, he will have to play e5. Or white will play d4, and it's no longer neither if you have a knight on c6.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a trick, yeah? So black goes d6. After knight f3, he will go knight f6 and have his knight f. And then the line that happens in our game, it's, I believe, I'm not sure if it's a novelty by Magnus, but it is, like, it was played on higher level by none else but Magnus Carlsen. So it looks ridiculous. What do you do, right?
Yeah,
take with the queen, under tempo, and then even like put the queen on d2, sort of a beginner. But it turns out that white has this plan of fianchetting the bishop, going b3, bishop b2, castling long early, and then somehow it turns out that, well, usually in the Sicilian you would have the knight on d4. Right? And white kind of says, I'll save a couple of tempi of this knight, on this knight f3, knight d4, because the knight later on will go to f3 or e2, and it's absolutely fine, so this time better spent on me castling long.
Yeah. Is there also queen d3 quite popular line nowadays instead of d2?
No, but I think it's no, you're probably confusing with the other thing. When they do this, knight f3, d4, and then they take with the queen, And then after knight c6, I think queen e3 is played, possibly queen d3 is played as well. Yeah, but that's with the knight on f3. And with the knight on c3, I think the whole point was that the queen goes to d2 for whatever reason. And yeah, and then bishop h6, that what black does, g6, bishop h6, is sort of an attempt to refute white's play. So put immediate pressure, right? You do something extravagant, okay, I understand you're aiming at this setup, but maybe there is a moment in the game where we're not ready.
Right.
And there were games on very high level with this
castles?
position, yeah. Long castles, rook f8. Believe it or not, but rook f8. Takes on f5, bishop f5. And bishop e5 probably is not the line. Seems to be wrong. So bishop b5, queen b6, knight e2, knight e4. And the white is still thinking. So point being that if you take on e4, black might consider taking the bishop, right? Bishop e4 is also fine, but
after queen takes bishop, can it be something crazy like knight d6 sacrifice?
He'll run away. He'll run. Well, he won't run away too far, right? Because wait a second, but there is no check on the e file, so maybe just rook d8. If not for this bishop, it's like almost a checkmate, right? But probably just rook d8 and queen has to go to a3, not to be lost. And then, yeah, with the queen on a3, you're not really attacking black king. Okay, we shall see how this develops. I guess black should be fine, but is he better already? This we don't know.
Yeah, knight e4 has been played. White is now thinking how to respond, but knight e4 is a natural move for sure here. But I'm wondering what happens after knight e4 and bishop e4 if black
Knight
keeps
e4,
the
bishop
bishop
e4,
in the
yeah,
center.
because also the bishop is hanging, the pawn on g2 is hanging.
I might play rook c8 next move to attack c2 pawn.
Fine, next move. I'm not sure if white has the next move, because really, like,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I don't want to take on c6. I might have to, but not very happy. So, alternatively, is knight d5? Well, wait, that's probably crazy, right? Knight d5. So my hope is that you take on b6, I take on... sorry, you take on d2, I take on b6, but black actually, quote-unquote, blunders the queen. Right. Takes on b5, right, goes to d7, and then takes on d2, and it's just a much better endgame with a pair of bishops.
Yeah, well, in this endgame, this bishop is very strong, and white should play for the draw.
Yeah, kind of for... yeah, so probably it's better to keep the queen somehow and try to murky the waters, but yeah. We have a tradition before going for the break. We are checking the game of...
Yeah.
She's not the only girl that plays in the Open tournament, yeah, but the strongest one. Zhu Jingye, 2484 is her rating, so almost...
Yeah, I think she's already getting so much rating here at this point to have...
She's on 2.5, right? She's on 2.5 out of 3.
Let me check it.
Okay, and also...
So she's getting around 4 points already.
So her position here seems to be fairly attractive, so it is kind of the quote-unquote real Sicilian. 4, that's a very aggressive way for white to play. E5, and black decided not to take on e5. To my shame, I have little to no knowledge about these lines. Like f4 with bishop d3.
Yes, some kind of sight lines, right? Not many people plays, but there's sometimes...
Well, the thing is, like, it might look like the knight of, but you are not getting this position via knight of moves order. because black would play e5 after f4, for example, right? So it has to be specifically the, what's that, Paulsen or, yeah, Paulsen Sicilian, Khan Sicilian, they call it as well, right? And only then you get this structure. So anyway, I assume that this is something very, very forcing. So like if you take e5, pawn takes, and bishop f4, some crazy stuff. After knight d7, wait a second. Knight d5. I wanted to declare that knight d5 should win, but there is a check, right? There's a check. Regrettably, I mean, because this is kind of a funny trick, yeah.
Yeah.
Discovered check and yeah, attack with the pawn. Okay, so white simply captures on d6 and black takes on d6 with the bishop. And the reason why black was thinking for so long is apparently knight e6 sacrifice, right?
Yeah, knight e6 is something that I know just calls out there. So takes, queen takes.
Queen takes. I'm not sure.
Maybe even king d8.
Yeah, king d8 is an option, and bishop e7 is an option, right?
With bishop e7, I think knight d5.
Yeah, right. Knight d5, queen d6.
And
I couldn't find anything. Like, I'm not even getting the rook, right? So not sure. Not sure. It looks tempting, yeah, I agree. But wait a second. Maybe we have to prepare it a little bit. Like go f5 first. How about that?
oh, I like this move.
We go f5 first, like learning from your
Kacharava.
countryman, from Kacharava, yeah. Go f5, then, okay, if black does something irrelevant, we just take and pretend that it's good for us. And if black takes with this pawn, so not only we have knight f5, which is not bad, but maybe now, or most certainly, now knight e6
this is way
looks
different,
much
right?
more, yeah, much
because
more
dark square
serious.
bishop is out there, can go on h6, g5.
Yeah, this
h5 is also open for some checks out there.
Yeah,
this is nice.
This looks much more serious.
So f5, you suggest?
Yeah, f5 looks quite a seems to be quite a serious problem for black. So that brings me to the conclusion that perhaps black sort of misplayed the opening already. And the moment he was like, yeah, maybe knight fd7 is not the move after all. Maybe you kind of supposed to take and then know some ways of surviving this, which also looks pretty scary.
Well, this
if
is,
you ask me, it also looks pretty scary, right? Bishop
yeah,
f4.
but e4, e5 is closed now, and white
Yeah,
can
e5
really start
is
to
closed,
go crazy.
but the f file is open. Some knight d5s once again. Knight d5 takes e6. If let's say if white castle's short, so the position is still quite kind of
Very sharp.
quite sharp, yeah.
Yeah.
And here, yeah, f5 seems to be quite a serious option for white. So won't be surprised if Jules will win
Score
this
another
game as
point,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
With white piece as well, to get this kind of pleasant position at this point, at the early age of the at the early stage of the opening is not bad. It's move 10 only, and she has already a lot of ideas.
Yeah. No, but let's face it, black did not play the most reliable. I mean, if you'll tell me how to get this kind of positions where I have an attack, an initiative, and so against the Berlin defense, that would be very, or against the Petrov, right?
Yeah.
So black plays the Sicilian, so which is it's not a bad opening. No, don't get me wrong. It's just that there in the Sicilian, both sides getting chances of kind of, for a fight, to outplay each other and so on, to outsmart each other. So we welcome all the Sicilians possible. That's very good that people still play Sicilian and not only the Berlin and the Petrov. Okay.
That's right.
So let me check my my countryman Igor. How's he doing? Well, after knight c8, white, in fact, did not take on a6, preferred to go f4, knight d6, and g4. And it does look very attractive, I agree. But at the same time, is white really attacking?
Well, to be honest,
it's-
I'm never afraid of this kind of attacks in,
Yeah, like-
in the positions. But it looks scary.
It
looks
does
scary.
work, it does,
And it's
yeah.
funny because I was always feeling very uncomfortable with this attack and always finding the way how to avoid it. And then once my coach told me that there's no any danger for that.
Yeah, you should
know
you
how
shouldn't be
to bring
afraid,
this,
yeah.
how to play with this knight, how to control this course. And that's just one sentence to tell me how to react with it. Just let all the first go, and now I know that this sometimes might also cause in the long run some weaknesses.
Yeah, it can
in
it
the
can
end
easily
game,
it can easily backfire. So, well, perhaps in this specific instance, black has to be somewhat careful, but yeah, very often even something like this is possible. I mean, just to highlight, right? Knight takes, and black does sacrifice a pawn this way. But then, you know, like bishop d5, queen goes, then you go f6.
F6, queen e4,
yeah,
some
like,
things.
I don't know where the queen goes. Maybe this and f6, knight c4. But even then, black is a pawn down, but what a bishop here, and then bishop e4, c5. You know, I'd be very optimistic with black in this position. So I think it's playable, and if I should be worried about something, it's definitely not about this kind of attack. And also that, look, after f4, now it's much less attractive to take, right? Because, let's say, instead of g4, if white comes back to our idea of, you know, breaking the material balance.
Right.
Yeah? But now, it's a juicy square on e4 for a piece, right?
And black has so many pieces to occupy.
Absolutely. So it's almost the same, but in fact, absolutely different.
Yeah.
With the pawn on f2, it looked okay,
Great.
promising for white. Yeah, with the pawn on f4, it's bishop f5, it's knight e4, and yeah, that's probably good for black. Okay, so no results, as far as I understand, apart from this no-show win for one of the players. Yeah, no quick draws. Of course, today everyone's well rested, and yeah.
Well, this I think gives us the opportunity to take our first break. I'm going to take the coffee for sure.
Let's get some coffee and let's go back to, let's continue with round 4 after a short break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022. I'm Keti, this is Mira, and we are having round 4 in progress. Very interesting games. A lot of fights already.
Couple of results on lower boards in the open section. I was surprised. I think we did check right before the break, and everything was going apart from this one game that basically never happened. A couple of results. We will not fully analyze this game, but just look at the position. You can tell that something was really, really sharp, right? So Black King got checkmated. At the same time, White is one move away from being checkmated. So you may guess it was quite sharp.
Oh, Black had 1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock.
1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock. This one I did not pay attention to. That's interesting.
White spends really some time here, ended up down to 32 minutes.
But won the game. Won the game nevertheless. And remember, there's also some really sharp games on the very top, right?
First board is extremely, actually was extremely interesting. Now pieces are off the board.
Wait a second. So maybe, could it be that all this is some sort of a theory, now that I'm thinking, because Black kind of made all the theoretical moves. We've seen this, for those who might be joining us right now, it's board 1 in the open section. It's Frederick Swane from Germany, the highest rated player of those who are with 3 out of 3, right? And he's 3rd rated in the entire tournament, and he's facing international master from Azerbaijan, Gadim Bayli Abdullah. Okay, so it was some really sharp line of the French, where at first it seemed that White was better prepared, but then Frederick started to spend more and more time, and now my guess would be that they kind of both had it analyzed. And here, Black captures on a6, sacrifices a piece. You could take with the knight, but then some queen c5 happens, right? So queen a4, castles, queen takes, trading the queens. Rook goes here, Black wins, what's that, 3rd pawn for the piece? 3 pawns. Still, if any side has chances, I want to say it's White, but it's really hard, right? It's really hard for White to make. So now, the knight's hanging, very logical, would seem to go king d3, and then I presume Black goes a5, Black goes a4, and he just stands. So the moment you go after the a4 pawn, there is rook e4 and rook e5.
If e5 is gone, then
White's
black
not
is-
winning this
yeah,
one. Yeah,
no
right, okay.
problems with this pawn chain.
Yeah,
Looks
black's not winning this one. And other than going after a4 pawn, it's not really what white can do.
You know what I'm thinking? Is there like a way to use this back rank?
Back rank, yeah, but
problem?
okay, I mean, you can create a back rank threat and he'll play some sort of h6, and that's about it.
A very interesting position, really very interesting position. And also the time here of black player shows that he has seen this
Yeah, probably
already. He's very
had seen this
confident.
already. And yeah, it's not, I won't be surprised if this is an analysis and some position which, some line that originally would seem dangerous, and very often even an engine might be mistaken about these endgames, because it would give white an advantage. And therefore, like coming back in the line, he would say, do not go here, white is better.
Yeah.
And white perhaps is technically better, but if you know that there's a draw, you can go for it,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
that might be an explanation how, let's say, white was very optimistic going for this line, but turns out that not much you can do in terms of winning chances.
Yeah, interesting.
So, checking quickly, board 2, Samonenkov against Kozak, or rather Kozak with white against Samonenkov. Yeah, after g4, bishop c8 was the move that black played, clearing the e file, and then eventually after queen g2, black jumps to e4. So now you can't really take everything on e4 because f6, and there will be a pin on the e
Wins a
file.
piece, right?
Right. And f6 is sort of a positional threat, right? So black wants to play f6, kick this knight away, establish control over e4. So perhaps what you do is you actually take here, I guess black takes with the knight, and then you take it again.
And then don't
And
take
then,
here
and then
this
don't take
pawn.
on e4, right?
How about here? The threat is f6, right? Can white consider to play g5 to stop f6?
Yeah, it's
and somewhere
possible.
like knight g4, knight f6. You have to capture this knight g4, right? And in that case, h takes g4 to open up the h file.
Yeah, but you obviously make the knight on e5 quite secure, but also the bishop starts to have like some prospects, right? So I would think about the possibility to go h7, h5 here. So once again, taking away the square. And if this pawn is taken, then perhaps like going king h7 for now, and then, try to prepare f6. Once again, it's I don't have any specific knowledge about this position, just thinking how it might develop. Yeah, this certainly is an interesting try for white. Yeah, just go g5 and say, okay, this knight stays there forever, and let's
Knight
see
versus
if you can.
bishop. My knight is just.
Yeah, well, the bishop
lucky.
won't be much worse if you, let's say, can get it to d5. Yeah, it's that idea that you've mentioned that knight g4 is a bit annoying, right? Because knight f6 is probably something you cannot allow with black, so indeed you will have to take. Let's say, I don't know, king g7, knight here, and if black takes, white takes, yeah, the semi-open h file is in white's favor, right? And also
Yeah, you don't really
outpost on
necessarily
c5.
need to go this knight g4 and open up right now, but first like rook
Yeah, yeah.
c5, b4
As
slowly.
an idea, yeah, as an
Yeah.
idea, knight g4 is
On the
is
screen
there.
we have Igor. So nice video here we have, and earlier a lot of people were talking about who is the youngest participant, the titled youngest participant. So here we have, and actually it's quite visible how young he is compared to the other participants, and also compared to his opponent. And obviously we would like to see young talents on the screen and at these events as well.
Okay, so maybe that's what white has to do. Still a very complex position, like a lot of strategical ideas, and then you know, when this tension is kept with a lot of pieces on the board and then maneuvering, inevitably something happens and you have to calculate lines, right? I mean, it never goes like this, that you understand the position, you play positional moves, and you win. No. Against a good opponent, you will be forced into calculating some unpleasant variations.
That's true. Actually, board 3 is something very
Board
interesting
3.
happening, but there is one
What's
game which is
this?
going to be end very soon. Miro, how
Tell
about we
me.
take it first, like board 10?
Board 10, okay, will be ended in White's favor, no?
Yeah, there were some sacrifices happening on
Yeah.
the in the
Let's
game.
quickly go through this game. That's exchange French, or what it is? Yeah. Knight c3 and black played bishop e7, which is a strange French defense, I have to say. So now a trade, bishop d3, knight e2, which goes to g5, h4, and b6. All right, g6, queen f3, and white
Double
won on
attack.
h6 and won a pawn. Yeah, okay, he's not forced to sacrifice, right? c4, and he
Kinda
captured on
invites
g6.
bishop g6, yeah.
Because you're absolutely fine after bishop f1. I mean, not only fine, you're a pawn up and probably just winning. So you sacrifice on g6, meaning you've calculated everything. Okay, I'm still not fully convinced. How does white win after king h8? I presume king f8 might be worse because rook
e3,
e3, yeah, rook takes e3, pawn takes, and then we
have open
clear
f-file.
the f file. So rook f1 comes with a lot of efficiency. Perhaps checkmate in a couple of moves. Yeah, but king h8. How does white win here?
A4, rook a3, knight jumps somewhere. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 moves.
Long
It's too
way.
long.
Oh, there is queen f6. I'm not sure if it's a like threat, but
But
I
the
mean
rook is
trade on
hanging.
e1 and queen f6. Trade on wait a second. You actually cannot do this. But then knight b5 is very strong, I'm guessing.
Oh,
Knight b5, knight
d6,
d6, and knight f7. So I was worried about this. Like you trade, go queen f6. But then I'm guessing a check is annoying. Because if king g7, it's queen g4, we win the knight. If king g8, it's still queen g4. And I think we just trade
in rook
go
e7.
rook e7, go rook d7, and probably win.
Oh, yes, because there's rook ace. Oh, that's very interesting. Shall we go to that line? Oh, no.
It's winning, but it's not the most convincing, right? And then after bishop c6, we have a check on d6, right? So
King
the
should
king
go on the back
had to go on the 8th rank, like king f8, for instance. We take, and then what? Bishop c6, the only way to continue fighting. And then I'm not even sure. Originally, I was thinking knight c7, but let me tell you, I think after rook c8, it's and I have a check. Well, then it's there's nothing to discuss. Then knight c7 just wins. Because yes, it's a knight in a corner, but it will go out strangely, right? And even if it doesn't, I have 3
Too
pawns
many
already.
pawns on this side,
Like
yes.
by the time you take this, or rather surround this knight, I'm probably winning with knight takes b6, right? 3 pawns and 3 connect passed pawns and an extra pawn on the queen side. Okay, it's a long way from reality, but not unlikely to happen. You could. Well, wait a second. I mean, with 3 pawns, you are not that much material down. You can also like go knight d5, queen
Take
h5,
another
take,
pawn,
and you
yeah.
have bajillion pawns by the time black escapes the checkmate. Right. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. White is completely winning.
And maybe now we can go to the third board in the open section where things are going to heat up a bit with the pawn's attack on the king side.
So g3, for now restricting the knight on g6, queen b8, knight f8, woof. A lot of maneuvering, and then g4 eventually. But it's still hard to say if white is getting anywhere, right? Even g6, g5, bishop g7, it's not like guaranteed that white's going to succeed, right? g5, bishop g7, and interestingly, it's very typical that it's not that easy to break through with this f5 because always something is hanging on the e file. So black kind of always has tactical chances. And marching with the h-pawn, it's very long. Yeah, it's very long.
And if black managed to strike back in the center with d5, yeah, imagine then the squares and diagonal be open. It's scary.
So not so easy. Black just has to be patient, not to be scared, right? And yeah, prepare to strike with d5 in the right moment. Actually, quite hard position to play, I have to say. All this, okay, it's not the real hedgehog setup, right? So it would be with pawn on a6, knight on d7, blah blah. But it's hedgehoggy, let's call it like this. So it has this all the characteristics, yeah. And my experience, and I think a lot of people's experience with these hedgehog structures, that unless you have a direct way of refuting it with white, you actually tend to struggle, because on every move you have to check, can he break through with d5? Can he break through with d5? And that's very energy consuming. So that's one of those positions where I say white is better objectively, but it's much easier to play with black.
True, true. Agree.
Black actually took on c3, which I'm a little bit surprised with. So now, so he took on c3 and went d5 here. I wonder what his plan is, so that if I'm taking there and go e5, because if white stabilizes, he's going to be much better. He's going to be much better. d4 doesn't seem to work for now. So maybe knight e6, but then even f5 is an option. I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like by exchanging on c3, he kind of signals that, yeah, I found some direct way of continuing. And I don't see this direct way, to be honest. So, we'll see. We shall see. This Ruy Lopez, where it was? Remember this sharp line?
With the knight g.
It's Petkov? No, it's not Petkov. It's something else. It's board 31. It was much lower, right? The game that we, board 31. I'm just curious. I mean, what happened? Whoa.
You can't really recognize.
Yeah, you can't recognize
anymore.
The position. So bishop d5, c6, c3. Pawn takes. Bishop e7, as I said. And after queen d2, interestingly, black captured on g5, which is probably not the way to go. Knight c3, f5, so kind of place for the compensation, right? Well, technically, black has 3 pawns for the piece.
Again.
Yeah, black has 3 pawns for the piece, but those pawns are like strangely, you have 5 against 2, but you struggle to create a single passed pawn because 2 sets of double pawns, right?
Yeah.
Still not that easy.
Like,
Rukowski maybe at some point g5 and try to double the rooks on the h file. So engine, the evaluation bar tends to to prefer white, but in a practical game we don't know really.
Right. Actually, this rook c6, rook h6 might work after like f4 to close this diagonal, and then threaten f3.
So you play rook c6, which is not a bad square for the rook anyway, and then and then you think, do you play g5 or you play f4? Yeah. So maybe white has to care with g3, king g2, but then g5, f4.
G5, f4 comes with all the power. Yeah.
All right. This is it, yeah. Anything we should take a look at?
Maybe you can go to the girls tournament and take a look. We have a bit of update on the first board and also second board.
Oh yeah, first board. But this, I think, as we agreed that both sides, like potentially, this position will simplify. Both sides are solid enough. The time, though.
Yes.
Look,
I was
13 minutes,
waiting you to
13
finish the
minutes
sentence.
left.
And
Yeah, bishop d7, d takes rook c8. So black slowly but surely wins back the c pawn. c6, knight e5, rook d8. Do we like rook d8?
the thing is that there's a pin on c file, and maybe rook
Yeah,
d8 is the way to unpin the c file.
Does it unpin? I'm not. So you want to trade on d1? Yeah. If queen c3, then you trade on d1, and you probably go bishop f6, right? Queen c6, bishop e5, and this is it.
Yeah, I think that's what white should take now, because white is getting really at the dangerous territory on the clock. 12 minutes.
Oh, so
If the position keeps like this, perf bishop for black and not trade, it might get
dangerous for white.
Yeah, ugly look.
Yeah, but even it's not clear what to suggest. If not, wait a second. How about white sacrificing the queen? Rook takes and knight takes. Can this work? Probably not. Yes, somehow I'm very optimistic, and whenever it goes to this queen sacrifice for the rook and minor piece, I'm very optimistic for the pieces, but probably this is not the case. So I was just hoping, let's say, for, I don't know, something like this, for example. Not even like, probably now white is winning with e5 and knight c6, but just to, let's say, just to create some position like this and say that, black is in trouble because bishop doesn't have like good squares, rook
White
is
bishop is
paralyzed
very
and so
strong.
on, But perhaps black has the way. And queen c3 pretty much forces a draw, I'm guessing, after exchange on d1 and bishop f6.
Yeah, on this second board still we have the
board full of pieces. The
too many
Catalan,
pawns and the pieces.
Famous closed Catalan. Wait a second. That's really confusing. So bishop f4, bishop b7, b3, castles, knight c3, bishop a6.
I think that's
I'm trying
losing
to
the tempo.
recall. I'm trying to recall. Yeah, can't it be that you have similar positions with extra tempo for black? Because sometimes they do play b6 and then bishop a6 in one go.
By the way, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, after rook ace, bishop a, this one was one of my favorite openings in that position after bishop a6. To play rook to d1 and give up, sacrifice the pawn on c4. So
and go e4, right?
Yeah. No, knight e2. So rook d1 actually happened, and black did not took on c4. And the idea of this is that after d takes c4, you play knight d2. And you are kind of forcing black to capture the pawn on b3, and this gives you the open line, a file. But in that position that I know, usually black's rook is on c8.
Yeah, but that's absolutely different story, right?
So
because
black kept his rook here. This is so confusing, right? You don't have this...
he can go
A7
back,
pawn.
and white probably still has the usual Catalan compensation with some e4, knight c4, and so on. But that's... I know, or rather, I know the line you are talking about, but I don't remember the moves once again. Okay, black went queen c8, and now, of course, you do want to play e4.
And Miro, if you can go just a bit back here at this point, I mixed up some of the lines, and I played in one of the position e4 when the rook was still on f1. So my opponent took the pawn on c4, I played knight to d2,
And
and
took
then
on
took on
d3
d3,
and also
and
the rook
I
on
lost
f1.
I
Whoa.
lost the exchange. And the funny thing was, my opponent offered draw in that position, and I was so sure.
Was scared or
Yes.
something. Yeah?
And I declined to make a draw, and I think I won the game
Wow.
because sometimes
Optimism.
this there are other games more than just chess games. So.
Okay. Bishop d5, queen to d8. Yeah, that's a one very, very, very confusing Catalan position because
Oh, you know what just happened? On the first board, White decided to
sacrifice the
the
queen.
queen.
Ah, okay.
Wow.
The position that the way I was suggesting. Yeah. Interesting. Maybe White's not worse. We don't know. Okay, here it's a silly thing to say, but it's true. It's an unclear position. I mean, black probably does fine, because very often you will have this extra pawn with, say, pawn on b5, bishop on c8, it's much less favorable circumstances. So here, black, kind of a healthy pawn up. But still, knight e4, and then one knight jumps to d6. The other idea is like knight g5 after knight e4, presuming the bishops are getting traded. It's never too easy for black, right? It's never too easy. So there's still a fight. It's quite curious though, because in girls' tournament we might as well have the sole leader. So we have only 4 players on 100%. If one game is drawn, the other one is won by one of the players, then yeah, sole leader after 4 rounds. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, okay. In this position, I was just thinking of moves like knight e4,
Yeah, knight
or
e4
the take first.
knight e4
There's
is
also
possible, h4
h4 is
sometimes,
possible.
yeah, but yeah, the thing about h4 that you have to have an answer to h6, because if you just trade it, that means you probably wasted the tempo on h4. Because
It might be a good idea, though, in some cases, to have the pawn on h6.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. You probably lost the tempo on h4 as white, because I presume that after knight e4, you still have some threats of knight g5 and so on. So black's h6 is not such a stupid move.
And how about b takes c4, bishop takes c4 in that position? And
So to take first.
First to take, bishop has to take, right? And now
And then
knight
go
e4.
knight e4. Yeah,
So the
maybe.
bishop is hanging, right? And the pawn on c6.
Let's say this.
b5 and
Yeah,
now
b5. Because b5, I understand it's not very attractive, but usually it's with the bishop on c8. Bishop on c4 is kind of better placed, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Now if we take
take.
and not even
Knight
sure.
f to
Still,
d2
there is knight
probably.
d6, yeah, there is knight g5, there is this knight to g5, knight d2, yeah, so many things. No, the plan, honestly, the plan was to go knight 5 b6 and then put the bishop on d5, which might be, it's again, playable. So as I said, this one looks very complicated and unclear.
That's right.
Salimova with white and another Catalan. Salimova against Lisa Schulze. Whoa, this is... Can you believe it? The knight on b7. Huh. So funny. Because I thought knight on b7 just captured the light square bishop. Usually this is how the knight would end on b7.
Yeah,
but the bishop is still there, right? So in fact, it was this, e4, bishop c4, knight b7, trying to win the a5 pawn, and then eventually white doesn't take the a5 pawn, maybe because of this move, and then rook a5.
e4 pawn is all hanging.
So instead, e5, and this is very confusing.
Well, knight, for instance, on d5 to also close the diagonal. Knight a5 and knight b4.
But there is this move as well. To kind of force g6 first.
Yeah, g6
right?
has to be played.
G6 and then knight a5, knight b4, right? And black, what, wins?
Yeah,
Does
now
he
these
win?
knights are helping each other.
Queen d2 though,
And
and after rook a5, I probably win
bishop takes.
a piece back, and it still goes on. I mean, bishop d5, white takes the knight, rook a4, black's okay. Yeah. So sharp. And here, black, okay, that's one of the potential type trouble games, because black is down to 24 minutes. It's a very sharp position, quite rich with tactics, and it's only move 16. So you can end up in a time trouble after like 3-4 moves from now.
That's right.
No result. Oh, okay. There are results in the girls section. On board 14, white has already won by, I don't know, rook up and slight positional advantage. So we do not count slight positional advantage, but how do you win the rook that quickly?
Oh, the pawn on c7 is quite dangerous.
How's this? I mean, I want to learn how to do this. You start with one b3, so this is how you do
How
it.
you should do it.
e3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6. I think that's like, it's not a bad, strangely, it's not such a bad line for black, but in my opinion, it's sort of fundamentally wrong, because you accept position that is played with colors reversed, and you accept to play it tempo down, right? And I don't think it's a good idea, especially after one b3, you have that many other systems. And this is like perfect Nimz or whatever it is. And then, yeah, and g6 seems like a blunder, right? c4, and she couldn't find anything better but rook g8.
The problem is that you can't hold the 5 pawn.
Too many pins, right?
Yeah, you want to
Pin
take the knight
here,
and take
but
the...
also pin here. So you cannot go d4. D4 is, maybe you should have
Can you
gone.
play a6?
Maybe you should have gone d4. a6, but then perhaps something like in the game happens. Takes on c6, because yeah, rook g8 is not such a great inclusion, right? But
Yeah.
that's pretty much what happened in our game.
Wow.
Queen d3, c7, and then queen b7 and knight d5. No, it's just a disaster.
So
A4.
like it was move 7 when the blunder happened, g6, and after that like really never had a chance. Yeah.
Right, so a quick victory, and that's so far, wanted to say the only result, okay, not the only. On lower boards there is one more win, but yeah, for girls, usually you don't see results till, like 3 hours into the round.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't have much of the games ended yet in here, but things are getting more and more interesting also in this category.
Some sacrifices, some
We
endgames
can take
already.
a look at the game of Miroshnichenko Mariam, who is not having the best tournament, but she is one of the strongest participants.
She's like third rated, right? Okay, she seems to be winning here, at least according to our evaluation bar. White's also to move, right? But then it's kind of easy to understand why white is winning. And among other
Probably
things,
to push
maybe
F5
even
somewhere.
like F5 is good, yeah. Maybe just take G3. How about us just taking G3?
No.
Bishop H4, just go to H2 and... wait a second. I should not be that much relaxed, right, Amma? Come on, never mind. I cannot calculate. Oh, count. Now, calculate. I'm capable of calculating lines, but I cannot count the pieces, because the moment of realization, yeah, that's professional commentator we are talking about. Yeah, I look at the pawn structure first, and I'm thinking, okay, white has F5.
Yeah,
Then I'm kind of, wait a second, black is a piece up.
Yeah.
And then the next step is like, yeah, black is a
Exchange
minor
down.
piece up, but for the rook, so that means white has an extra exchange, and that's why white is
That's why white is winning so much, yeah.
that is funny. No,
Yeah.
but strangely, yeah, like maybe because I'm used to kind of look at these games of like big guys, yeah, Carlsen and such.
You don't need to
So
count.
you assume, you assume that material is almost
Equal,
always equal. Perhaps someone has the pawn, but then the other guy has the compensation, and so on, right? And then you switch to those, like, analyzing the lines.
Well, when
But
you're
here,
switching from
you
a lot
add,
of games,
you
it's hard.
add one more step. So start by counting the rooks, right? I can immediately tell if one side is a queen up, but rooks
are
should be
missing always.
It's better. Yeah, it's better to
True.
check if rooks are equal on the board.
Can we take a look what actually happened here, like how Black lost the exchange?
Let's just quickly check. So it was Slav defense, or what it is? Not really a Slav defense.
Queen's
It is a Slav defense now, semi-Slav, right? And an immediate bishop b4, which for some reason is not considered to be a good move. Don't ask me why. And we have yet another transposition, because this looks like a Stonewall Dutch, right? Where black, for whatever reason, developed the bishop on b4, but the structure is still the same. Castles, knight to e2, bishop d6. Now we are talking Stonewall Dutch with a tempo down.
True.
a4, bishop b2, and
this rook got somewhere wrong.
Yeah, rook f6, rook h6. Yeah. Regrettably, like, since people learned how to defend against these attacks, it practically never works. And now, even if you play the Stonewall, usually you're not going for an attack. You play something like b6, bishop b7, and try to still play more positional, right? And this is, of course, has very romantic flair, right? We will bring the queen, bring the rook to h5, we checkmate you, but yeah, regrettably doesn't really work. f3, knight g5, h4, and it's just a positional disaster, right?
The rook is really wrongly placed on h6, right? If you don't find the use of the rook, then
but how can you if these guys are not playing, right? So white just has to be slightly has to be reasonable, right? So pay slight attention not to get checkmated with two pieces. And this is it. So e4, and it was still probably better for white, but still black could fight back, could hope to fight back, but after f4 it's still done. Yeah, e5, bishop c1, and you either lose this. I thought like somehow maybe you can save the rook, lose the pawn on f4. That's even worse, perhaps. Takes, and f4, and but then since we know that white is an exchange up, then f5 is really nice, because once again, when I wasn't sure if white has any extra material, I thought, maybe this endgame, maybe black's position is not that bad, but it's an endgame with exchange up. So once again, no, it's not the strongest way, but that's certainly possible.
Possible way.
Certainly possible. Okay, so here Miriam will bounce back. And
shall we go to the first board? Because
tell me.
Seems like some bit of
queen
changes.
sacrifice. This queen sacrifice doesn't really work out for white, it seems. Knight c6, knight takes, knight c6, bishop g5, and then white decided to take the rook on b8, which is probably not the greatest idea.
So I can take the rook on c1.
We just
knight
take on
c7.
c1. Question is if it's
Knight
knight
c6.
d7 or just take, right? Well, knight c6 is also possible. Knight 6 is also possible.
It's possible, but now black can play something like
bishop g5.
h4.
No, but then I take the bishop, right, and protect it. No, bishop
g5,
h4.
h4,
Bishop g5, h4.
Bishop f6, e5. This kind of.
Bishop f6, e5, and then white does really well, but there is some. Wait a sec. Now that's the moment. That's the queen something. Queen takes c6 because d8 is protected. And obviously, there are some chances for fortress, but probably not like this. Right? So pawn has to be like closer, right? This pawn on g5 is vulnerable also. The a pawn is still there.
I am really, really afraid that White had really good chances to share the point, and with this sacrifice,
Yeah,
just
no, she
because of
might
time,
lose.
right? You have so
Yeah,
much
it's
pressure on the time as
probably
well.
because of the clock. Wait a second. So, but if we go knight c6, okay, and then we don't go mad, we just go e5. So at least the knight is protected.
Right now,
This
Black
is
can
not so simple, right? Okay, Black probably
H.
makes a luft for the king, g6 or h5. No, don't know. G6, h5, h5.
H probably, because yeah,
h5,
knight is tricky.
h4, and to go to h6, right? But I just want to say that this might be holdable. I'm not very optimistic for White to win this game, but might be holdable. Bishop f3, king g2, and then if you manage to exchange a pawns, like go rook d7 and take, apparently I'm blundering something like tactically, which I'm not sure what. Maybe I lose the a pawn. Maybe
it's gonna be lost.
Maybe lose the a pawn. But yeah, there was no need absolutely for this queen sacrifice because.
But I really like this spirit, how White is fighting here for a win, trying the best. Very ambitious.
Yeah, it's very ambitious, but it's also, it's, how they say, results oriented. Like if White wins and then we will declare it's a beautiful, it's such an act of bravery. It's a beautiful sacrifice. Yeah, being short on time, she decided to complicate the position. But if you lose, like you sacrifice the queen and you never get the initiative and you lose, and they say, okay, should have made the draw.
Yeah.
So it's really no, but that's the famous, like it's been taught in every single broadcast. Like, did you sacrifice the answer to the question? Did you sacrifice the pawn or you blundered it? You blunder it? Yeah. Okay, let's wait for the game to finish. And then I will answer.
When you blunder a pawn and or any piece and it turned out to work for some other reason, you were like, I just sacrificed the.
Yeah, of course I sacrificed it. Of course I sacrificed it. Yeah, so Goltseva might be going down, especially with the situation on the clock. It's still quite a few moves to make. Bishop g5 is played, obviously. Now I think e5 is what you do. Yeah, maybe still situation might be not that terribly bad. But also White has to accomplish time control now, right? So it's still more than 10 moves to make.
Yeah.
And on the second board, people get their kind of get what they want, right? So Black capitalizes on an extra pawn, everything is protected. White, on the other hand, got the knight on d6. Tell me, you have a beautiful
Something
position
nice
on your screen. Tell me what it is.
Not telling you.
Not telling.
Okay, so let me check which board is this. Like every time I check something nice and I'm losing it, so that's why I'm not even suggesting what's. You see, I lost it again.
All right. Meanwhile, I'll go back to these guys. Not on board 31, but on the top boards of the open section. So, this endgame, White still kind of tries to play a little, but I don't really think it's going to work. He's done, truth be told, he's done much smarter thing that I thought he will do. Like, of course, not rook a1. Why do you want? You would prefer rook to be much more active. Yeah, rook b1. Then after g5, well, g5 is tricky. I can tell you why, because after rook b7, the king, even though the pawn is there, but the king is kind of cut on the last rank, because king g7, you always drop the e6 pawn. So maybe, this, and there's still no Zugzwang, right? King f8, king g8 will be possible, and also rook b4. Yeah, I was thinking, like, can it be that Black runs out of moves? You cannot go king g7.
I'm thinking of when king is on f8 to play knight b5 with idea knight c3. And after rook e4, then to play knight d6. to go after f7 pawn.
So yeah, white's not without a chance. Like play g3 maybe to control a 4 square. Or it's black to move, right? So black to move, let's say h6, g3, and if, let's say, if black goes king f8, then yeah, knight b5 might be very unpleasant. Knight is heading towards d6.
Yeah.
On board 2, yeah, this will be a very long game. Board 2, strategic fight. On board 3, Ivic and Kacharava, Ivic. That's exactly what I thought would happen. That happened, and it turns out I was completely wrong about the evaluation of this position, because for some reason I was thinking this should be better for white. Computer is not impressed at all. Computer's not impressed at all. e5, and black's gonna find something, apparently. Yosipenko, A-Law favorite against Tsvetan Stoyanov. Equal. Even though Yosipenko had the white pieces and has pair of bishops, looks nice, but no. The engine says it's equal, and we probably should trust the engine here.
Yeah, quite a peaceful position. White actually has this pair of bishop advantage, also the time advantage on the clock, but black has no really weaknesses here.
No real weaknesses. And also the bishop on b3. It's like whenever we see two bishops on the board, we usually talk about two bishops advantage. Yeah, but how useful is the bishop on b3 really? It's like I can imagine if you get d4 and magically transfer it on d3, then it kind of does a lot of stuff. It pressures kind of applies pressure on b5 pawn, and also eyeballs the h7, you know, this diagonal. So
how about f4, f5 then?
yeah, f4, f5 might be an idea. Yeah, to open this diagonal for black. Yep. But then d5 is the thing. Is d5 a thing? Not sure. e5 something you don't want to do. Bishop d8. Maybe this, and then to b6. Say f5. Maybe even e5, and then bishop b6. Don't know. Sharp. h4 is what white plays. Taking lessons from chess computers. h4, h5, h6.
Getting more space advantage. I like that.
h5, h4, h6. Yeah, that's once again Yosipenko and his approach to this game, kind of keeping tension, not engaging into anything, forcing, just like maneuvering here and there.
Slowly.
Anything?
I can suggest a game in girls section, board 24.
Let's go. Let's go. Let me see what happens. 24. Board 24. Mateja Popovic against Ingrid Skallian, right? Can't read. Skasian. Okay. Whoa. So, again, some bishop on h7 and king on f8. We've seen it many times.
We have seen it many times, but the opening was quite peaceful, and the things then went really
Queen's Gambit, again.
wrong.
Again. Queen's Gambit was named after a popular TV show, right?
Yes.
No, it was other way around.
No, it was
other way
exactly.
It was the opening first, like maybe 100 years, 200 years before. Okay, and then there was a TV show. A6. A6 is, there is this line, yeah. I always thought it was like too slow. So basically a6 to take on c4 to play b5 and
Bishop
do all the
b7,
usual
c5,
stuff. Yeah. And after a4, yeah, they play b6. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I had a game where my opponent took on c4, which looks counterintuitive because usually you wait for the bishop to move and then you take. But he played b6, and I think I failed to prove him wrong, interestingly. Like there was something like e4 here, and if you go e5, he goes knight e4, somehow trades some pieces, and the fact that you have space advantage is not that relevant. Anyway, these are tricky lines. BC, I know, that's my stupid game. And instead, black went b6 immediately, which gives white a chance to take on d5. Pawn d5. Isn't it knight d5? No, it's not. It's not here.
Knight d5.
There is such idea, you know, to take on d5, and then
Trade
if
the
bishop takes, you just take back on e7, not letting white a chance to trade, and then c5, and it's equal.
But now, when
Knight d5,
knight takes d5 and c7 pawn is hanging.
knight takes d5, exactly, and then c7 hangs, and we are not very happy. So therefore, c takes, e takes, bishop d3, castles, queen c2. Feels like there must be some tactic, question mark.
Like connect with c7?
Something on c7. Yeah, it doesn't work probably. Knight e5. Knight takes, and then it's a check. It's quite easy to find the next move for black by the process of elimination. King h8, knight f7 doesn't end well for you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful checkmate.
So captures here, bishop c8, and bishop c8.
Yeah, that's
Knight
a
e5,
little bit
looks like
strange.
just a blunder, right?
Yeah.
Looks like a blunder. Maybe black's not very comfortable already. Perhaps it's important to mention that g6 there is bishop g6 or e6.
bishop, yeah.
I was thinking. Yeah, e6. Yeah, you're absolutely right. e6 is stronger. Like bishop g6 still something. I think e6 is, or maybe this is strong. I don't know. Anyway, with king on f8, you don't want to be that guy. And if there is no g6, then white was simply better, I'm guessing. So the king is stuck. The bishop is safe, so white doesn't even need to go back, right?
No, you can play f4, f5.
Probably,
to
yeah.
start
Probably
it.
white's plan is something along the lines of pushing this pawn. I would guess c5 you have to play to create counterplay, at least some bit of counterplay, right?
Right, bishop c8
Bishop
just
c8.
drops the pawn on d5.
Yeah, it probably was called for like to play bishop e6 and perhaps bring this bishop into defense, but knight d5 was blundered. c5, bishop e4, and yeah, there certainly should be something.
Probably to.
This. Don't know.
So many things.
Don't
I
know.
love this
So many
position.
options. Yeah, so many
I
options.
was thinking about b4. How about that?
b4, but if he takes,
knight
just to
c7.
go knight c7. Yeah, probably this does win.
Oh, the evil bar dropped.
That
So
probably
dramatic.
does. It probably does win, but somehow, it feels like we
Or
have
first
such
you
a
take on c5.
such a lead in development. so
Or you
then
play a5. It's so many moves.
Five possible. Yeah, I was thinking to take here, and then if, let's say, if bishop takes, now we go
b4.
b4. That was my version, and then bishop e7 to go here, and then not to calculate a single line, which isn't a good idea, perhaps. Anyway, looks very attractive for white. Looks very attractive for white, practically winning.
Right. Shall we go back to the game of Jew and Abdurrahmanov? Because remember this position where when we were thinking of there was some kind of sacrifices, f5.
Which one? Which
In
which board?
open section, it is board.
Board 9, this one, you mean? Yes, I think we have it. Right?
Yeah, this is a position. So after all,
but white didn't play f5, so all the blame is on Jung. So she castled, black castled, and now e4 pawn is no longer pinned. E6 pawn is no longer pinned, so f5 Black can take. Knight e4, bishop e7, bishop e3. So it's kind of a bit slow. It looks like white does all the correct things, right? I mean, so you develop the pieces and
Look
so
at the
on.
knights in the center, the
Yeah,
bishops
that's
in the
very,
center.
very beautiful
Nice
and so on. But it seems that white cannot really, white fails to create a serious threat. And speaking of structure, I think black is not doing bad at all. And, you know, few more exchanges, and one may say that f4, I mean, you would like to undo this move and just go back to f2 with the pawn, right? Because
Yeah.
so this e5, knight b3, knight e6, f5, and knight to f4, traded, and all of a sudden the knight on b3 is quite far away from the king's side. Black, I want to say, threatens to play g5, and then he's very solid. So yeah, it can go anybody's way here. Bishop e4 was the last move, and who knows? I mean, you can play g5. You might not need to play g5.
Yeah, but at this point with this time situation and everything, I would still think that white is the one who is pushing the most.
Who knows? Yeah, like if I play a5, for instance, and maybe even threatening a4, rook will go in the game with rook a6 and then be shifted somewhere on the 6th rank. I will keep the bishop on on c8. Not only that, wait a second, after bishop e4, can we just do this and pin it, so not to allow some bishop d5 stuff. And bishop f5
Queen should go on
queen f3 or
3d3.
So complex. So complex.
Very complicated. Actually, another game has been ended next to this one, and it ended in a draw, board 11. The second seeded player. Board 11, yes.
Board 11, sorry, because I've seen another drawing.
Yeah.
Nesterov made another draw. Barsegyan against Nesterov. Draw in an absolutely equal position in the opposite colored bishop's ending. And there is another draw on board 13, and again has to do with opposite colored bishops. Yeah, so finally we are getting some results, but this time it's mostly draws, right?
Today we have, quite a lot of draw. I would expect draw in the first round, but the second, second day on the second round when we had double rounds. Very interesting situation here. We were talking about g5 pawn, right?
Yeah.
So after rook b8, now we see white gets a little bit advantage here because knight c6 is the possibility here.
Rook a7, rook b4.
Yeah, knight c6. Let's say rook e4 to attack the pawn on e5, and now knight d8. Yeah. So I'm chasing the pawn f7, and after taking on f7, then I'm gonna take the pawn on g5.
Yeah, the g5 pawn is also drops. It does drop. Huh.
Yeah, maybe g5 was the critical.
Yeah, somehow g5 maybe was a bit optimistic, and also he wasn't forced to go rook b4, it would seem, right? So the other version could be that he's planning to go to the second rank and try to take those pawns, say after knight d8. Maybe this, for now. Protect the f7 pawn.
g4, let's
and then
say.
g4, and say he stands like this, rook f4.
Oh, there is also a3 move, very interesting.
Yeah, there'll be a3 at some point. Maybe still enough resources for black to save, but I agree. Like few moves ago, we would think black has no problems whatsoever, and now it's more of a black has to be careful and react properly.
Oh, they're repeating the moves.
Yeah, but interestingly, they do repeat moves. Not even sure how they did it. King c3 and check, and king d3 and rook b4.
And meanwhile, the board 2 ended in a draw. They agreed on a draw.
Kozak Samonenkov agreed a draw. Wow, well done, well done. Well done by Igor, so he won 3 games in a row. Then today he makes a draw against, makes a draw with black, and this is for the first time that he's facing higher-rated opponents. And you can't ask for much more than that. So you win against everyone who is all the games where you're favorite, right? And then, okay, it's not a huge margin. It's like 40 points ELO difference, but you have the black pieces, and yeah, making a draw is absolutely fine.
Yeah, also the game itself was quite solid. And then on the board 3
on
here,
third board,
Black decided to strike in the center with f6.
Whoa. What's going on? What is going on? Because it felt that white has full control, knight d6, and maybe knight d4 was not to the point, right? Takes an f6. So the main thing is that you can't really take, right? Knight d4
because the bishop
and
is
rook
hanging
e2.
into
Too many pieces on the e file. And if you cannot take, that means that black's going to take on d4, take on e5.
Yeah. Can we play bishop b5 here?
Bishop b5, yeah. That's.
But
I
nothing
still,
is changed,
still
right?
take, right? Because bishop e8 is impossible.
Knight e2.
There is knight e2 check. And when white captures, then f e5 comes with the tempo attacking the queen. When white recaptures, it's rook e5. Black is pawn up. It's a pawn on d5 which blocks black's bishop, so it's not all that desperate for white. Yeah, so white might still have chances to save by, say, going bishop d3, saying it's a blockade, it's only one pawn, maybe some chance. But it's clear that black is better. It's clear that black is better in this game. So if there is anything, white has to look for it right here, right now. And it's not that easy to find, to be honest.
Yeah. Bishop.
Not that easy to find. Yeah, like if you move the bishop away, I'm sure d4 is the move. I'm 100% sure d4 is the move.
To open
maybe
up the
not.
diagonal,
Yeah, like open the diagonal. Like at the very least, you'll trade everything on d4 with black, then win back the pawn on e5. Oof. And also it's quite tense in terms of situation with the time, right? It's move 23, and so far it seems like almost comfortable, 16 minutes. But it will not, the situation is quite complex, and it's not getting easier anytime soon. So it will always be, like, it's not like you get the endgame immediately or something. Yes, so you'll have to make quite a few tough decisions, a potential time trouble as well.
Right. Shall we go very quickly to the game of fifth board? Here we have very interesting situation.
Murzin.
Murzin.
Whoa, white is winning. Murzin is winning completely. How did it
Actually,
happen?
now there is a check. If king goes on f7, there's 96 fork. If king goes on e5, there's rook d4.
So wait a sec. So
does it
mean that, yeah, okay, white was better? That I just won't take a look at the entire game, but just kind of tracking back a few moves. Yeah, white was better, but apparently nothing dramatic, up to the point where, okay, king f8 perhaps is not ideal, and then bishop d4 is just a blunder, because after this check, one of the rooks will be lost. Yeah? King f7, indeed, knight d6. Not only you win the rook, but you also protect your own rook from d7. Yeah. And as you said, after king e7, there is rook takes d4. Takes d4.
So when it takes d4, we do have knight
f2. Yeah.
Knight f2, knight c5.
Knight c5 as well. Yeah, knight c5 as well. Because I was kind of thinking, could it be that rook f4 or for some? But yeah, wait a second. You can just move the rook. You can just move the rook away. The rook knight c5. Never mind. Yeah, white's completely winning. It's
That's very unpleasant blunder, right? Bishop d4 seems like you centralize your bishop, but...
Oh, yeah. A check, sneaky check on d8, and you can't really... But once again, remember we were talking about sometimes in order to create a tactical motif, you have to make wrong moves. It's not that your opponent creates this threat, but you're making it happen yourself. So here, black first played king f8. So if king is on g8, you will always have king h7. So he goes king f8, and then the next move he goes bishop d4, so that it will be possible to take the bishop. But perhaps position was already quite bad anyway. All right, so Murzin is on 3.5 out of 4, right? Yeah, he made the draw,
yeah,
and he converts.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this one he will certainly win.
Yes, I would be surprised if he did not.
Win. Yeah.
That's right.
Let me see, like board 6, board 7, board 6, white is a pawn up, and perhaps with some chances to win. Board 7 is a draw already, right? Petriashvili with Petkov. It's... well, white actually managed to level the position up.
White
so
survived, brought the king all the way.
Yeah, and maybe not only survived, but like potentially, you know. So I'm no longer that scared about the king, not scared at all.
I like this 94, 93, 95 ideas.
Yeah, the light square bishop is no longer that threatening, but how did it happen that knight e4 was the last position we've seen? And white captured on c6, captured on e4, and sacrificed, or offered a sacrifice of a pawn on g2. Black never taken this pawn. f1 somehow, slowly but surely. Rook c1, g3, king f7. But there, I thought they were repeating, but no. It's actually...
the game in the open section, board 4 has been ended.
Yeah, it's over, right?
Yeah, I think there was... Board 5 has been
board
ended.
Board 5, Murzin, yeah.
Yeah, there was a sacrifice.
It's over in there, and it's it's the first result on the top board, right? There've been a few draws.
Decisive results.
There've been few decisive results, like lower on, but that's the first, like, big.
And on the first board, Frederick finally decided to go for
so
win.
He repeated a couple of times, and then he went for knight c6. Yeah, absolutely. Once again, kind of basic logic, white can never be worse in this position. So you have all the reasons to try, even if it doesn't win. So you don't want to repeat immediately.
You would not lose this position.
Yeah, sure. And how about Yosipenko? Well, Yosipenko is known to play long games, and this will be another one of those.
He's slowly trying to get some advantage.
Builds some initiative on the king side, but I think I was kind of right when I said that, the bishop on b3 is what worries me, because how do you actually make it work? Bishop c2, there's always rook a2. Because I think you need, like, imagine the bishop is on d3, all of your pieces are pointed at opponent's king, so you're probably happy. And I'm wondering if d4 is the move. Like, if black takes, I just go bishop c2. Okay.
Kingside attack.
Yeah, kingside attack, and
d5 pawn is hanging.
Like rook a2, there is bishop h7 trick, right? So maybe I have to try with that. And then for black, I would think black has to try to stop bishop c2. Once again, I don't know how to do it, but maybe even queen c7, rook c1, some queen b6. Because if you trade some rooks, then maybe the attack is not that One, but ideally like 2 pairs of rooks. If you trade off all the rooks, maybe the
Yeah,
attack
can
is
we
not...
can we play a bit passive and when bishop comes
like,
on c2 just to play
the knight f8. Yeah, that's also possible. But then, yeah, maybe it's once again. Yeah, you put the knight on f8, the b4 pawn's hanging
bishop
always.
c2 and then rook c4, some kind of
So this,
counter attack
this.
on the b4 pawn.
Rook c4. If bishop d3, simply take this guy. Yeah, it gets fairly simplified. Yeah, so probably white's not risking much, but black also kind of doesn't. Even bishop c3, then protect it to keep an eye on the d4 pawn. Yeah, all in all, Yasipenko has some difficulties beating his opponents. Even though, as we said, in every game he has like he's a huge favorite by Elo, right?
Everyone plays
it's
very strong against him.
Yeah, and maybe also like extra cautious. So now he can feel how it is when you are Magnus in these tournaments, right? Sort of like Magnus effect. Everyone wants to play the best game of his life, yeah. Because Yasipenko, to remind you, yeah, he won a game against Magnus in Vaikanze. Not online blitz, but Vaikanze.
Yes.
Vaikanze. All righty. By the way, black decided to play to capture. Yeah, wait a second. Is it the real? It is the real board. So indeed, black played d4. Sorry, white played d4. Black took the pawn on b4 and then went bishop f8, which is probably fine as well. Yeah, it's probably fine. All right, let's check. Skills on top boards. They don't want to finish. No, nothing. Everything's
they're fighting.
Everything's in progress.
So much.
And you know what? Remember the extra queen, which we thought, very close to be winning. Is it winning?
Well, definitely it's not so easy to prove right that the sacrifice was wrong. But the time, okay, now at this point time is already
it's move 40, yeah, it's move 40, so white did reach the time control. And wait a sec, so that's sort of a setup white is aiming at. Yeah, queen a1, bishop e2, queen b1, bishop f3.
What can be the way to improve this one? Was thinking. Well, we cannot really reach the king anywhere close to the rook and then sacrifice.
No, like win the pawn endgame, right?
Yeah.
Win the pawn endgame, but it's not so easy.
It's a bit of imagination.
No, I mean,
maybe
seriously.
f6, king f6, then.
Yeah, but again, it's so white does have enough squares. Like for now, it's 3 squares, all of which are protected for this rook, right? And also sometimes rook can just go to c4 and all of a sudden start attacking black pawns. So black is better in all those structures. You go f6, you're probably better. You go g5, you're better. But maybe white just holds like this, which makes me think that perhaps black somewhat misplayed it early on. Here we remember we really liked h5, right? And instead black went for this, which is which is nothing wrong probably. g6, rook d4, and now white gets this position. Could it be that some sort of g5 was needed to play in a little bit more energetic way? But wait, you can still play rook d4 and then take with the... but then perhaps you lose e5
Queen
pawn,
c5.
yeah? Queen c5. So once again, the point is that after this capture, black perhaps just takes back, and white is not, or seems to be not in time. He actually is in time. Rook e1, rook e4, right? Maybe not take on g5. Maybe let's go queen b4. Disrupt white even further. Because this is the important pawn. This is the pawn I want to win, right?
Yeah, if this pawn is off the board, then who can
Then yeah.
stop the A pawn, right?
Yeah, the A pawn is very important. I believe black still is able to win one of those pawns if he needs. Yeah, so maybe just a, just as an idea. But anyway, G5 is a bit too radical. But this one, yeah, why not? White can just try to keep hovering around.
Yeah, how really black is going to break down is...
King G7. Wait a second. Is there any sort of a Zugzwang in some way? No, you have to attack too many things. I was thinking, like, say, here, if white is to move, what's the move? Bishop E2, there was this position, right? Because rook is not moving, rook has to protect both pawns. I guess you don't want to play king H2 because queen F1 and then rook E2, you're not lost yet, but this is very awkward, right?
Yeah, now maybe your king can start to move a bit.
G5 and so on. Yeah, that's really awkward. So king belongs to G2, rook belongs to E4. But since the rook itself is not under attack on E4, that means the bishop can go. Like bishop E2 and back to F3, E2 and back to F3. And you guys perhaps...
You need with the queen to attack three
different things. Three different things. If you attack A4, I have squares on the fourth rank, right? If you attack, let's say, if you attack E5 somehow, I have squares on the E file, E3, E2, and so on. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, if you attack E5, I can also move the king to F1, G1, F1, G1. Because I thought, once again, if black somehow manages to get the king to C5, and white moves the rook and king goes in, who knows, maybe something can happen. No, probably nothing can happen. So, potentially a nice save by Goltsova. Second board, nothing has changed. Unclear, very complex position.
Pieces,
yeah, that's well. If we would be commentating on the match, and that would be our only game, then maybe we would be able to, to figure out something.
Yeah,
but then this is exactly the nightmare for the commentator. You turn to the game like this, you understand if you would be playing this game, now is the time that you would spend half an hour trying to figure out what's going on. And you have to come up with suggestions, and so that's really tough. White's pawn down. Here's a compensation for the pawn. How about that?
That's true.
How about
that's
that?
True,
yeah, I mean, it's stating the obvious, but yeah, these are. Well, there's something specific to these positions which are hard to assess in an instance, right? So it has to be strategically complex and at the same time rich in tactics. Because who knows? It's after all a matter of balance, right?
Yeah, and things might change now. For a long time we have this very stable position and none of the side is really changing much, but the things can get really shaky when the time goes down.
Usually this is what happens with such positions, because you understand every decision is so important. I don't know if it happened to me for sure, it happened to a lot of people. Like you have this kind of position and you have, some active plan. Say breakthrough in the center with the pawn. And then you keep postponing it because you're never sure that it works, you calculate lines. And then like your time is running out, you're on 1 minute, and then you say, okay, let's go. And it happens to be the worst moment. Exactly, the worst moment is when it doesn't work at all. But there is an explanation to this phenomenon, right? So when you're short on time and you want clarity. And in terms of clarity, it's like no more this pressure of checking this breakthrough again and again and again. You just go for it and resign a couple of moves later.
Yeah, black may now knight f8 move.
Yeah,
and I'm starting to worry about some moves like bishop d5. Like if you take with the e pawn, then f5 is hanging, attacks the queen, and then I will move my c4 knight. So when you take with
probably c pawn has to take.
Now I would play knight a3. A3.
Sorry, knight A3.
A3. And at this point, c8 square is controlled by the knight. If you get knight d7, then I'm gonna get rook on the 7th rank. Bishop is hitting nothing really on this diagonal, and I have a plan to double the rooks on c5, rook c6, rook c1.
Yeah, not very pleasant, I agree. There is kind of a plan to bail out with exchange sacrifice, possibly. But I'm not sure if black is in time for that. Like, I mean, just to simply take it. And
then knight d7.
I would prefer this knight to be already, and that's why I'm kind of pausing, because I was thinking, why knight f8? Can't you sacrifice on d6 and go knight f6? But yeah, but you cannot sacrifice on d6 because the knight blocks it, right? The knight blocks it. Yeah. Yeah, but knight f8, yeah, it's not that easy to explain where the knight's going, right? Unless there is a plan to say go knight g6 and start sacrificing.
I think this is just a waiting move.
A waiting move and like defend stuff, yeah, maybe once again. But while waiting moves, wasn't it like better to go knight before then? We would never know. Knight f8 played, bishop d5, I guess played, right?
Yeah, bishop d5.
Bishop takes d5 played. And the other line that you've mentioned, I think we have to show on the board, knight f5 first, attacking the queen, and then
knight d6,
this knight,
knight e3.
or even knight d6, yeah, knight d6, yeah, exactly. So knight to d6, and then c6 is hanging, and those knights are all really nicely placed. So black is in a serious amount of trouble.
Right, shall we go to the next board, because
Sure.
this is a very, very interesting game, and
Whoa.
things are going so crazy.
White is better, it seems. So e5, this is what we've seen. Then knight goes to b4, queen b1. Black goes here, queen b3, bishop c4, queen b1. So it turns out white already has a draw, but decides not to take it. Queen b7, ef6, gf6, knight to e5. Wait. Knight e5, I would think bishop e4 should be a move, but no. White probably has something. Yeah, bishop e4 is tempting, right?
It is.
I mean, compared to c6 at least.
I'm thinking about knight g4 kind of move.
Before knight g4,
Bishop
bishop
g2,
takes.
take on
and
f6,
take on
d5.
f6, king. Doesn't matter where it goes, or maybe it does matter where it goes. And then d5.
d5, yeah.
This is super. Now, I should probably go to h8. So it's not a double check at least, right? d5 and then go knight d3. It's crazy. Queen d4 probably still wins.
Queen h4.
Yeah,
Crazy,
that's
crazy.
hard. That is hard. Anyway, black plays c6. After all, maybe not such a bad idea. Queen e7, like bring the queen to protect the king. White didn't play anything. Sorry. No, well, white played knight g4, right?
But after
White played
queen
knight g4.
e7, is there d5 anyway?
It should be. Right, d5. Then if white takes...
I'll take the knight.
sorry, black takes, white takes on d5 and knight f6. So after d5, I should probably go e5 to keep this diagonal closed at least, right?
Yeah, I can take
Yeah, takes on c6, and the game goes on, right?
But I really start to like this position with white because of the pawn on c6.
Yeah, the pawn is nice. Maybe black is still kind of in the game, and so now probably just put the bishop on g6 to make sure that my king's safe. Knight d3 somewhere. So what I'm trying to say that if the king is safe, let's say I'll have the time to go king g7, and I happen to lose an exchange. Somehow you go c7, and I will have to lose an exchange. Maybe black's still doing okay, because it will be 2 pawns for an exchange, right? So black has some, say, some insurance, right? So this pawn will not promote immediately. Yes, of course, white might find a way to get to the king. Then it's bad news from black. Knight d5 at once.
So that allows white to
I
capture
don't really like it.
the knight and then the pawn on f6.
Bishop d5 if... Okay, some pawn takes. We don't know which pawn takes. Knight f6, I guess king g7. And maybe it's not that scary. The bishop is gonna go to g6. Computer was very happy for white in this, like the evaluation bar. It's very happy for white in this position. So I wonder what does it mean? What does it mean? Queen d2, maybe just bring the queen first.
h6. Ah.
And bishop g6 still, like we are not getting too far. Queen h6, queen e7. As long as the bishop is on g6, it's not a checkmate, right?
How about instead of bishop on a queen h6, now to take on d5?
Yeah. C takes.
And now knight f6.
Knight f6, king
Queen g5.
g7. Ah, queen g5, queen e5 is what you want. Yeah. Queen g5 and queen e5.
Yeah, knight
is the
h5
plan.
check, queen f6.
Okay, it's dangerous for black, we have to agree, but still not hopeless, perhaps. Yeah, queen d2 is on the board. So Salimova, if she wins, she's on 3.5. Goltseva, if she holds again on board 1, it'll be 3 plays on 3.5. Yeah. So the sole leader might only come from this game. Yeah. Well, actually, Keti, you are in a brilliant form.
I should play this tournament.
Bishop d5, knight a3. That's what was played.
Oh, the first board has been
First board is over. It's a draw, I believe. Right?
Yeah, should be draw.
Just agreed a draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps there is no way black breaks through. So at the end, nice defense by
and good
white
decision.
player.
Like she really survived this position with low material and really low clock. I was more scared of the time on the clock, but she was playing very nicely and didn't really made any big mistakes. I wanted to suggest the game of Esipenko.
Yeah, sure. Here we are.
Because he concentrated all his
Here we
pieces
are.
on the king side.
Well, surprise, surprise. Bishop c2, bishop f8. Trying to understand. So basically, this might be just a draw, right? Rook b5. Black can take on c2. Then if you take, you lose. So rook b7, rook e2, rook d7. It's very likely a draw, right?
Okay, yeah.
So what I'm saying that perhaps he is still ambitious there. Therefore, he goes rook b3. Rook b3, and black is also very ambitious. He goes b4, allows white to bring the rook here. Rook a3, bishop d3, king h8, and queen to g4. So basically, brought all the pieces that he possibly could bring. Whoa, I don't like f5. I don't know, maybe it works, but I don't like it for whatever reason. f5, if white takes, it's knight f6.
Right.
It's not pawn takes f6, right? It's a mate in one.
Mate in one.
So knight f6, and this perhaps works for black, I would guess.
I would be so scared here with black.
It's so scary, yeah. And also, like, white's the pawn down, I understand, but the king gets so weak that you don't even have to win the pawn back. Like, they can't be scared of, say, queen h4, because bishop e5, h6, maybe black is fine. I mean, this one, I don't know. But also pay attention that black is down to 1 minute. And opening, yeah, that's exactly what we are talking about. Like, yeah, f5, open the position up, exactly when you have 1 minute and you're under attack.
Yeah.
f5,
There was the kind of move, you know, you feel like you have to do it now because white is coming with all the pieces.
Yeah. This. Wait a second. This is not a move now. No, it's not. Oh, wait. Bishop h7 is the move, right? Bishop h7. I'm blundering something. Don't know what. Ah, you just take
Rook g3?
back, right? No, g3, queen g8.
Queen
yeah,
g8.
this is. Was very happy when I found that this is a checkmate in one idea. But yeah, but you can take and this check. Black goes, and if you take, you simply can run out of pieces. Also, the rooks are traded, and black has this b passed pawn. So maybe it's even black who is better. Yeah, very tense. It's interesting that not a single easy game for Yusipenko.
No,
right? Not
no,
a single
no. I feel
easy
tired instead of him just to see how much he has fighted already for these 4 games. Let's go back to the first sport and see the updates here.
The endgame. Okay, white is slightly better, it seems, according to the engine, but that's the situation for quite some time already, right? Ah, no, it would be one. We've seen knight. Where was this?
Elizabeth, yeah,
knight
here.
to c6 and knight to d8, and after rook f2, king
to e3 is
e3.
a very, very nice move because now this move asks black, like, either you keep the f file and I'm going to take a4 pawn, or...
Maybe this. Do we take it? Maybe we do. Wait a second. Huh. Because there is also g4. I was check and move and like f7's hanging. But maybe then we are running out of pawns, like even f5 and not enough pawns left. You're right. We are close to. Ah, wait. We can do this, and then we are threatening knight e7 and rook a4. After that move, we go go g3, and this is where black has to choose, right? Do you stay on 4th rank, but then f7 is going to be lost, or you stay on the f file, but then you lose a4 for no compensation?
Right.
Yeah, not so simple. Honestly, I would probably still try to keep the rook on the f file and use this moment to kind of liberate the king, like to go king g7, maybe h5, try to exchange as many pawns as possible, but that's, once again, that's obvious idea. Draw on the second board. Murzin has won. What's here? Whoa! Kacharava managed to equalize somehow. After f6, indeed, bishop b5 was played. After knight d4, rook takes d4 followed. E takes, rook to e5, rook d f4, a6, bishop d3. Oh well, actually, looks pretty nice for white. Concentrated all the forces against the king. Queen e7, rook e7, queen c2, g6. Okay. How about sacrificing on g6? Is it too ambitious?
Too much?
Is it too ambitious? Yeah. So basically,
Takes. And rook
yeah,
g7.
takes, queen
check.
takes, right? Rook g7 is probably what you have to do, right? Because king h8.
Rook f7.
Like even rook f7, yeah. So this is just bad. Rook g7 is a must. Queen e6 check. Then black kinda has alternatives, h7 or h8. But after king h7, I'm afraid rook f6 is no. I'm missing something.
Queen.
Actually, I'm not sure. I mean, Rook h6. How does black stop rook h6? Wait, he takes. He takes, and then he does this.
Yeah.
And after this check, somehow
Yeah,
it's only a draw, right?
Yeah.
King h8. Almost a checkmate, but no.
And rook f8, or how weird?
Rook f8, I guess.
And then queen h5. That's
Yeah,
so weird.
and this is how the draw happens, right? Because it looked that it's either white's winning or black's winning. But we managed to deconstruct the entire sequence. But anyway, the bot was saying that white's winning, right? So it's simply not rook f. Wait, now I'm telling you, this thing is not reliable. It just went all the way up.
He should take this chance and take the pawn right away. Because there's an extra pawn. If black pushes this pawn d4, I don't know.
But what does black do then? Goes
d4. To play.
Goes d4 or what? Or just bring the queen. Like queen e5 should be a decent move if it doesn't lose immediately. I mean, centralizing, planning queen e3, queen e5 might be. And they're running low on time as well.
They do, yeah.
Somehow we forgot about this break thing, so perhaps now we cannot really leave, right? We need it's a time control already, like time troubles.
Yeah.
Maybe let's wait for at least for like on top boards to reach move 40, and then we'll go for a second break. Quite a few draws later on, and not that many results.
No, mostly we're receiving the results on around move 40. Then when the most
time troubles, mistakes, and so on. Yeah, girls still very tense. Yeah, look, the girls tournament, first 10 boards, one draw. This one,
only one draw.
One draw. All the rest in progress. Incredible. Yeah. Incredible. So Yesipenko, what else? Francesco Sonis on board 6 against Sokolovsky. White is okay. We've seen this one. That's one of those positions that you can state the obvious. White is a pawn up, right? And then you probably go bypass it because yes, white's probably winning with the precise play, but also you have the opposite colored bishops, so black still has chances, and you have another 40 games to look at, and you can't really talk much about this position. Yeah, the knight kind of got stuck
We can
though.
choose some better.
Yeah, no, but seriously, like the knight kind of got stuck. So maybe white, like slowly moving towards the knight, and then this pawn starts moving.
Oh, the knight is really stuck.
Yeah, you can give
like now, knight has at least 3 moves, but then after that move, knight f2.
Check here. Knight f2, it will
knight
be...
e5.
Knight h2 and knight h1. Is this the thing? Because I was thinking knight b2, but then, first of all, it's not clear if even after exchange is a draw, right? But also you can just move, and the knight, now it's stuck on b2, right? Maybe you cannot win it, but who cares, right?
It
cannot
push
move.
the pieces,
It cannot move.
on this side.
So that's really crazy. Okay, but anyway, sorry for making you look at this endgame. Let's go somewhere else. Maybe you can see some sacrifice, a beautiful sacrifice.
Some nice tactics.
Girls tournament, right?
That is board
6, no,
7.
7. Wow.
Yeah, we can just go a little bit back because everything started there. Yeah, here.
20, move 20 something, 22. And my guess would be it's a Sicilian, some Richter-Rauser possibly, right? Where black kind of decided not to castle, or was forced not to castle, but whatever. And up to some point, everything goes well for black. Quite possibly he's even better. Rook b4 in order to bring it to g4 to defend the king, I'm guessing, yes. queen f3.
Now, after rook h7, all this sneaky idea started. Because look at this rook
Black
sacrifice.
just blundered this. No, no, he didn't. Believe it or not, you see, I mean, you see what computer says. Can it be that king e8?
And then you take the e5
Cool
pawn.
move, king e8, yeah. Now if you give a check, obviously I take the rook, right? Because the pawn is no longer pinned. And the threat is to take on e5. So basically, I believe black blundered rook f7.
Yeah.
But after you blundered, you still can kind of check what happens, right? Because after this check, it's automatically lost, right? Bishop a4 and...
you have to play bishop d7.
Bishop d7, and what happens then? You lose the queen, right? Bishop d7, and... There's also kind of a side option, but probably that's too much. Bishop takes a4, knight d5. I couldn't really understand if white is winning here. But you don't need it. Just take the queen and win, right? Take the queen means bishop d7, queen d7, check from h5,
and take.
And then take on d7. It's still a fight because black gets pair of rooks. But, the attack continues. A lot of weaknesses for black, so it should be very good for white.
Oh, Kacharova did not took the
didn't take on g6, right?
Of to take on g6 and played.
Oops, that's a wrong screen. Sorry. And we are talking about board 3 in the open section, right?
So instead, he went queen to f2 to increase the pressure on f-file.
After g6, white chaos queen f2. But it's also not a bad move. Like b6 is targeted. You triple your guys on the f-file. Maybe some rook f7 ideas.
Well, if you play queen d6 or queen e5, then rook f8 comes on the...
there's also rook f8, let's not forget. Yeah. There's also rook f8. I'm starting to think that perhaps the best for black is somehow return this stupid extra pawn and make sure that some pieces are getting exchanged. But it might be not that easy. I was thinking d4, but you actually have this check and probably you win, right?
Yeah.
So annoying. I mean, the bishop is passive, the king is weak.
I like queen f2 even more than bishop g6, looking after at this position to like two minutes.
And especially in the time trouble, because imagine perhaps there is some way for black to kind of connect the rooks, let's say, and protect the king, and maybe black even is slightly better at the very end. But you have to find it with very limited time on the clock, and as we all know, playing attacking move, aggressive moves, it's much easier. So for black, it's a very unpleasant situation.
3 minutes for black, 4 minutes for white, 10 more moves to go before they increment. So that's a bit of risky situation for both players. Yeah. And mostly for black, because black's king is the weakest.
I think it's actually tricky for black, right? Not even sure. I will not be surprised, if the best move in the position is something stupid like b5, just to say, okay, you don't have a threat. Now, you see, our
b5?
Our engine was thinking a bit about and then it says b5 and white wins. So that makes me think that white has a threat. Originally, I thought white doesn't have a threat, but he has.
Yeah, if
rook
you make
f7,
a move like that.
If you make a move like b5, which is an ugly move, Wait a second. What do I do then? I don't even understand. Like queen c7. Am I like lost after this? Yes, I am. Yeah. It's just checkmate. Yeah. But what's the move?
Queen d6, you control f6 square, but.
After queen d6, queen d6,
F8,
let's say
king
check,
g7.
king g7. No, it's lost
queen
again.
d4.
Lost again, yeah.
Queen e5, rook f7. That's too much.
It's like this is just winning. No, but that makes me think that it's very hard for black to find a move, and therefore this queen f2 is just brilliant.
Brilliant move, yeah.
Even if this resource exists and black survives, yeah.
Wow, this is incredible. Black is now losing so much time on the clock, down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. He's making a move. He played queen to c8, I suppose.
Queen c8?
So to look for
intended
g4
to
pawn.
play queen c8, but also he intends to play queen c5, right?
To trade the queen. So.
Yeah, it stops rook f7 because queen g4 check. Yeah, well, that's
Well
clever.
spent 1 minute
That's
from
clever,
the clock.
right? We still didn't get the move here, but yeah, from the camera view, he certainly moved the queen, and it's got to be queen c8. Yeah. Queen c8, and then yeah, but you can kind of still be annoying. Just play b4, control this. Yeah, you can actually take. Yeah, queen b6. Indeed, queen b6. Why not? Now the material is equal. White perhaps reintroduces the threat of bishop g6 in some cases. Maybe not immediately, but you have to watch out. Once again, bishop g6, queen g6, all those checks. So are we looking at the game of a sole leader then? Imagine Swane makes a draw and Kacharava wins and he becomes the sole leader. Huh? How about that?
Not the
not impossible. Yeah, not impossible. Yeah,
Georgians.
not impossible.
So after
Not
queen b6, something has happened, but we have not received the move yet.
The move is not here yet.
But it's something
Rook
that
e6,
made
no?
Kacharava think, because
Rook
he's not
e6,
making a move
no?
yet.
No, but wait a second. For instance, rook e6. Let's imagine it doesn't lose. Which probably doesn't. I just realized that after queen d4, white is also like positionally
Better.
positionally better, because black is left with the stupid bishop. Right, g4 a little bit exposed, but you can then play h3.
We have the result on the second board of the girls section, and we have draw in that. Oh, that game ended in a draw. I thought white had huge advantage, positional advantage.
Where is that?
Second board.
Second board. It ended in a draw because
Knight b5
because what?
was a
Knight g6,
mistake.
and yeah, and white kind of rushed with knight b5. So
Yeah.
if something like rook c6 was possible, yeah, rook
Yeah,
c6,
yeah.
rook c2.
This bishop is a horrible bishop there. It looks really good, but it's not actually good. And this knight h8, knight
Yeah.
f7 was nicely
Black
found.
was just on time to trade everything. If anything, it's black who is better. I mean, now imagine those pawns are gone, knights are gone, so black doesn't have any passive pieces. And the fact that those pawns are kind of too far
too
advanced,
pushed,
yeah,
yeah.
there might be some problems.
And in the game of Esipenko and
Yesipenko,
Stoyanov, he's
is a
doing
result
great.
or no?
He's doing great.
Wow, now Yesipenko is completely winning. And what happened? Queen takes e6 and knight h5 was not played. And I think knight h5 was kind of the only move to keep the game afloat. d7 traded, h6, g6, bishop b5, rook takes g3, and rook g3 is the blunder, apparently. Just the question is...
Bishop d7, or what's the idea?
I think just take, no? Maybe just take.
And then there is a pin. If you guard the knight, then bishop.
No. My guess was my guess was wrong. Probably you can play rook e7. I'm not sure. So after
Then
rook
just
g3,
like the-
yeah, bishop d7, of course, like kind of more appealing. But then again, do I win this? I probably don't.
Wow, what's the magic?
So
then?
there is some magical move which we don't see. It's not bishop d7. It's not taking the rook with the pawn. Okay, third obvious move I will check.
Bish.
And this.
Stop.
Where were you running?
Okay, stop somewhere there.
Where are you running? Rook e7. Yeah. So apparently there is one more move, some clever move which. is hard to find, yeah?
Yeah,
Come
this
on,
is
I mean,
amazing.
come on, if it's f3, I resign.
F3.
Perhaps the rook, I don't know, which you can take two ways, but instead you
Drop.
decide, no, I'll play f3, I refuse to take it. I'll take it later, maybe.
Or maybe king h2. Wow, what's the move?
Honestly, I think he's going to win no matter what. I mean, if he just takes, it's still slightly better for white, right? And his opponent is down to seconds. Oh, it's moves at the 8, though. So a couple of more moves, and the time control will be passed, right? So yeah, then it's not so simple.
Wow,
Then
I
it's
really
not so
wonder what's the
simple.
move. Maybe it's something connected with rook a
Okay, 1 and so on. Yeah,
but then rook also
again,
goes,
it's not
yeah.
it's not like you make it right now, right? The move. So the move has to be one of the captures, this or the other one. Maybe just this silly creation bar just plays tricks with us. So one more
Makes
time.
us
What was
think.
it? What was it? I take over here, and then rook goes to e7. Is the only, but kind of enough. Is it enough?
And then, okay. And then rook f1.
Yeah, and king g8.
I know.
Bishop g6, rook f7. I wasn't sure. I mean, and wait. No, it's not a. I still don't know what it is. Still don't know
Can
what
we
it
do
is.
bishop g5 instead?
Not bishop d6, but bishop g5. Yeah, probably. Bishop g5 wins. Yeah. Bishop g5 wins. But again, I'm so confused, to be honest.
Yeah, not so easy to find.
So confused. All right, but still, out of the top boards, only Murzin has won so far. Svane, let's check Svane, let's check board 1. White did not make any substantial progress. So what has happened was g3, a check here, king g7, and after knight d8, black went king g6.
When king is out there on g6, at least the g5 pawn is guarded now.
Yeah. And it's not very comfortable for white now, I realize, because yeah, you can take the pawn on f7.
I think it's just happened.
But then I say, like h5, right? And how do you ever establish coordination? Knight d6, black takes, white takes, and some rook e1. This knight is weird. You start moving the knight, black also gets like the king to f5. I think black's chances of a draw are very high.
Can we push h4 instead?
Like here or earlier in the game position.
Yeah, here.
Oh, he'll take, no?
Uh,
It's knight f7.
Wait,
H5
somehow
or
there was a...
Knight f7, h5,
H5
yeah,
and
he'll
H4,
take
yeah.
on h4. You can do this. You can after my h5 move, you can probably try to create some masterpiece like this. So pity.
Not enough pieces.
Not enough still. Rook is almost trapped, right? With the king on d2, rook has 0 moves on an empty board, but we still cannot win it.
Yeah.
It's nice, yeah, it cannot really go too far.
You cannot attack the rook.
But you cannot attack it. And if you attack it, it goes to e1. Right.
The things are going in a way that I'm starting to think that we might not have a sole leader here, like a person
Everyone's gonna make draws, right?
Yeah, who has
Unless
100%.
Kacharava wins.
Now we have rooks off the board.
Whoa. And it's still move 35, so still a time trouble. Queen b6, rook b to e8. Or d to e8, rather. Queen d4, rook e1, traded the rooks. Queen e6, traded the rooks. And king g2, bishop f1. Whoa, surprise. King g2, there would be a check on d2, perhaps. Bishop f1, okay. Now the feeling is the worst is
Well, if you-
behind. Yeah, for black the worst is behind.
Yeah, if
but
you trade the queens,
then white
maybe.
white maybe again better. No, it depends. Once again, it really depends on how the queens are traded. Because
Yeah,
let's
it's
say,
getting to have.
if you just take it, imagine like remove the queen from the boards.
That's better
right?
then.
And then white to play, and then you get to play
King
g5.
f2, king e3.
Yeah, you have potential passed pawn on the queen side. Might be close to a winning
Seconds
position.
for black now. He
Wow,
has
wow,
to make a move.
and it's what? It's move 36, so 5 more moves for black. 5 more moves for black. The bishop is such a terrible piece on b7. Yeah, once again, and the variation bar shows like the position is almost equal, but maybe it's a very narrow path, and go find it when you are like in a time trouble.
Yeah, 40 for seconds.
A5. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Bishop a6, probably.
Bishop
But then
A6.
d5 pawn hangs with a check.
D5 pawn is hanging with a check. You know what? You can play b4, I'm guessing.
And then b5 if bishop a6.
B4, yeah, if bishop a6, you go b5.
Yeah, or we can take the pawn and then b5. Does he did that? B5?
No, he went queen b6. Wait, what's queen b6? Queen b6. Now it should be a draw somehow, right?
d4, right?
d4, I'm afraid queen.
Oh, sorry,
queen
I blundered the
d4.
bishop. No.
Ah, yeah, you also no, but I actually think that you do not have to protect the bishop, because if white to move, he takes on b7, queen e3 must be a perpetual check. It's just that you have to be accurate, because yeah, after
You open
d4
up
now
the
he
file.
guards the diagonal, right? Guards the diagonal. But maybe some queen e4 or something, like centralize everything.
Queen
Yeah?
e7 has been played.
Queen e4 was bad. Queen e7 is probably also not very good.
Queen d4 now we have on the board.
Queen d4, but queen d4 isn't queen d4 just a repetition?
Yeah, queen e1 will be.
Queen d4, queen e1. Ah, but they're both on seconds, so that they don't mind repeating a couple of times and then deciding if
2 more moves before the increment, yeah.
deciding if I want to continue or I'll repeat and accept the draw. Wow, what a game.
Have black made a move? Not yet. He's
No, not
considering.
yet.
Queen
Queen
e1.
e1 back, yeah, so he was hesitating if he wants to repeat or not.
Maybe now
Queen to
b4.
Queen e1, there is b4. I also wonder if here you can do something else, like after queen to e7. Can
Queen
you?
a5? No,
Can
no,
you actually
then-
queen a5?
Oh,
Again,
that's
this
scary.
queen e3. Again,
Yeah, and
this queen
d5
e3.
then. d4.
Yeah. But what's the threat for black now? Not really. Ah, yeah, queen e7, bishop a6,
Have
bishop
much
a6.
threats.
Ooh.
Because you know, if you drop the d5 pawn, there might be some unpleasant checks, and you might lose the a6 bishop.
From c4, right? But that's, once again, then probably white is limited to play b4, because I was looking for, yeah, why I was asking, like, what's the threat? Because I was looking for a quote-unquote useful move, and there's not that many.
How about queen a7?
Queen a7.
And you know what? If you play queen e4 here, which we were suggesting earlier, then queen b7,
Queen b8,
wins,
yeah,
so
queen
the
b8
bishop-
wins. King g2, okay. King g2, unpinning the bishop, with queen being kind of a nice blocker on d4. Queen e4 should probably lose.
Yeah, pawn endgame. Oh, sorry,
Straight,
bishop
king
endgame,
f2, king e3, right. Drop the pawn. Quite, like almost for sure drop the e4 pawn. Yeah, that's a very tense game. I mean, how do you...
Super
I
tense.
understand-
One more move, and then they can,
Yeah.
think deep.
Okay,
But
king to f7, queen f4 check. Wait a second, queen f2 was a
f2.
chance, perhaps. We don't know, once again.
then black's king gets really
Yeah,
active on
black's
e5.
king is much better, yeah, like with the king on f5. Yeah, you
You
probably,
probably
don't wanna,
need time to calculate.
you
right?
probably
So,
don't want to
yeah.
do this, yeah.
Yeah.
But queen f4, can't it be that black actually get? Yeah, bravo. He goes to e6. So now he really improves the endgame. Any potential endgames, white king remains on g1, g2, and black made a substantial progress. So the king is on e6. So king is relatively safe here still, with
Right.
black pieces not being that active.
But well, I would here suggest g5 with queen f6 side is but d4 comes with
D4, yeah. But once again, it's not the end, right? D4, you do not win just yet. King H3.
Crazy kings.
I'm afraid it all ends up in some perpetual. Because now both sides have a lot of threats. This is still acceptable for white. Strangely enough, might be even better.
How
No,
about
but
king
cannot
e5,
be.
king d4?
Here. Maybe. No, but king e4, king f4, right? And then you won't be able to help your pawn, I hope. So I just push the b pawn as far as I can. So it takes here, king d4, and just go on. No, I cannot go on. Then king d2, king...
Yeah. Kings, yeah.
Again, and imagine you had to calculate it on seconds. No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. But we have increment on this game. We don't have increment here and on the first board,
is
maybe.
too hard. Now, I think all the games reach the time control simply because it's mathematically impossible. Yeah, it's mathematically impossible. On board one, black won the f7 pawn, didn't give anything in return, but our express opinion about this position that black closer to a draw, right, than white to winning this one.
How about knight h8 here?
Knight
Check.
h8, king f5. You are pushing me in the right direction, I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
I kind of hoped you would go king h6 there. Could be some
But
threat.
even no, but how is the knight on h8?
The thing is that you can
there
take
is
e5
there
pawn.
is perpetual. You mean
Yeah.
do this and then kind of the rook is free? No, rook is not free because king g7.
Rook
But yeah,
e7?
but king goes to f5. Yeah, of course. I mean, why would I go to h6 if I can play king f5? And if you give me a chance, I might even like go further. Anyway, that's move 40 bypassed, and therefore this game will continue. Board 3 we witnessed live. Board 4, Yesipenko is less winning. So f takes g3 was indeed stronger, but he captured with the bishop as any kind of
Normal person.
man of culture.
Yeah.
Keep the pawn structure flexible. g3. g3. How bad is this? To take to go knight f6. Because this falls, right?
Right. But is there rook e6 here?
In two moves.
Oh,
not
sorry.
in
no.
one. Yeah, if in one move. In one
I
move,
thought I had rook on the e1 already.
Yeah, rook e1. No, but again, you don't want to do this with black, right? Because it's only one question: do you lose or not? Do you lose or not? Maybe this question is like the entire game is about this question: do you lose or not? Black never had a realistic chance of playing for a win.
Maybe after this sacrifice and knight f6, maybe rook b1 can happen.
Yeah, rook b1's fine. Yeah, I mean, I just thought that this might be surprisingly hard to win for white. Or maybe I'm just silly. Maybe you just go after the d5 pawn and win. Yeah. Again, never mind. It only means that commentators are getting tired.
Yeah, we are.
Right. So let's check the results, like kind of in terms of surprises. In open section, in top 10, it holds true. Only one decider. It's Murzin winning against Gimpu. That one we've seen. Zhu is not winning, perhaps.
C6. Oh, it's black to move.
Ah, it's black to move after
Takes
h3.
kick here.
Can take, yeah.
King takes. King d5.
Takes. No, this one we
H4.
This one we probably lose, right?
H4 is the move there.
Unpleasant, but how do we make a draw? Maybe c6 we can. Maybe wait a sec. F5. C6, right?
No, I think we just play bishop c4 here instead of.
We can play bishop c4
no,
here and
yes.
then king d6. Yeah. There's also this famous combo: light square bishop and an h pawn. Right. So I thought, interestingly enough, this might be sort of a forced draw. I go here. Ah, no, it's not. Never mind again. H4 would be a forced draw because I would go F3 and,
Bishop F3.
and resign after bishop F3, exactly.
Awesome.
Woof, woof, how hard it is.
That's the sign
How
too.
hard it is to figure out. Yeah, anyway, so a very well fought round. Out of top 10, only one decisive result, a lot of draws, but a few games still going on. For girls, just quickly, official confirmation, nobody is on 100% after 4 rounds. So 4 leaders, which makes board 1 and 2, they both made draws. And same thing, out of top 10, only one victory. Gilinai Aydin won against...
Lost against.
she lost against Rudinska, yeah, pardon.
Yeah.
Lost against Rudinska. That's Rook F7 trick, yeah, the one that we've seen. And with all that, I believe, yeah, the time trouble is covered, but it's a lot of games still in progress, a lot of chess to cover, and therefore let's make a short break. After
We
all,
need that,
yeah, after all, you know how it goes. Usually, my role is to say they've got an increment, they will think now, so not a lot will happen. And yeah, in this case, I'll be lying because it's so many games that inevitably we will miss something. But yeah, we'll try to make this break as short as possible and see ya.
Welcome back. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Italy, and we just saw some video footage from this very tournament. Now we're already having fourth round, and not even halfway to the tournament, because we're gonna have 11 rounds in overall. But already after this round, we might have some kind of picture. And in my head, I'm already picturing this as one of the hardest events.
Oh yeah.
No sole leader so far in the girls section, and in open section, things are still going on, but we might have the same situation.
Yeah. As I said, nobody's going to be on 4 out of 4 after 4 rounds. A lot of draws today. Yes, perhaps participants are also tired after yesterday's double round.
Yeah.
Not quick draws. So they are playing, they are fighting, but you know, maybe just it's actually nowadays it might be a sign that both are out of form. When a lot of games, not both, but a lot of players out of form, when a lot of games finish in a draw, because it's still the game is. Perhaps we have an educated guess now that mathematically chess is a draw, right? I mean, if both sides play perfectly,
correct,
or you get an advantage and then you fail to convert. You get an advantage, you fail to convert. Unless some really bad blunders, yeah. There have been some bad blunders. There have been some examples of very nice play today. 2 games on boards 3 and 4 in girls section are still in progress out of top 10, or up top 10 boards, but none of those players has 3 out of 3. So that means indeed we will have a huge tie in the girls section. Nurgil Salimova might be getting a chance to return to the first board. So she's the top seed now. If she wins, she ties for the first. So she'll be back to playing on board 1.
Yeah, we have on the screen the playing venue, half empty, half full. I think half empty already at this point. And itself, the position is from the 3rd board in girls section. So let's take a closer look what kind of chances White can have in here.
Yeah, so first of all, this H pawn is very important, I believe, right? So White got on the pawn on H6. Always Black will have to watch out for H7. Bishop is tied down there, and therefore I believe that White has to try to make something out of those 3 pieces, right? So it's been quite a few kind of checks in a row, if I can say so, because the king, which is now on c7, it originally started in a position of a short castle, right? So Black was,
you would not
Black was kind of
it.
running away. Yeah, Black was okay. So that is like the king was on g8, yeah, and Black runs away and ended up being on all the way on c7, h6, king e7, allowing knight g8 check. By the way, yeah, here we can see that something was happening. So there were some mistakes, obviously, but that's, you know,
Let's move 30
time
trouble.
Trouble. So that's perfectly understandable. Queen b8, knight f6, knight g8. Reach the time control. Oops.
Another.
Here, White was winning.
I suppose that's knight e7.
Knight e7, queen takes c5, knight g6. Check on c1. Yeah, not sure. Somehow White was winning.
Yeah, probably that. And you take the pawn.
White was winning. After this check, the position's almost equal, and then back to d7, and then the position almost equal. Queen e7 check.
Well, now we shouldn't go king b8 because the knight comes
not
on
to
d7.
Not to allow this. Actually, computer kind of disagrees. Yeah, I also thought. Like check and then knight to e5, you unblock the pawn, maybe c6 happens. Yeah, still, Black's position is full of resources. Because, yeah, Black can speculate on queens exchange. Whenever you trade the queens, these pawns will run very fast, right? So White doesn't have this luxury. And therefore, yeah, like you will give me checks, I'll block with the queen. Maybe that's the logic.
I think she went king to c8.
Yeah, king c8.
Yeah, king c8.
King
And in
C.
fact, the engine says that that's the worst move out of that too.
Maybe allowing Queen A7 is something you don't want to do. Nah, Queen A7 makes it equal. Okay, the game goes on. That much we can tell. Board 4, another player from Germany, Jana Schneider, against... I don't know how to pronounce this name, to be honest. Oh yeah. Something. Yeah, that's apparently
we have some French speaker people in the chat. We can ask how to spell it, how to read it, and we're gonna see in 15 minutes.
Player from Canada, and apparently the name of a French origin.
Shade?
And she's winning. I have to say
she's winning whole game, to be honest.
Yeah. I just did not keep an eye on this one. So black is a piece up. Black is... it's white to move, but white can't really change much. Yeah, how dominant those pieces on the second rank are. So you can put the bishop on e3 if you need. Probably you don't need it, and then somehow drive this queen away. Yeah, black should be winning. But there was like... black. At some point, black just won a piece, right? And perhaps made white's life easier. Queen e5. Of course, it's still winning. Bishop c5, rook e1. This, yeah. So it'll take some time, but perhaps...
Extra bishop, yeah.
So Canadian player is sort of from the lower bracket, right? So 2177, lower rated, but so far does exceptionally well in this tournament. I presume she's on 2.5 out of 3, and if she wins this one as well, yeah, quite a statement. Okay, then what else is in progress? Out of top 10, board 8, board 9. That's the position on board 8. Well, Compy suggests white is winning. Why so? Because he is a pawn up. That's about it, right? On the other hand, it's move 41. And white already has spent 15 minutes out of the half an hour that was added to the clock.
That happens very often when you get time, you feel that's already saved territory, and
Yeah,
you have
and
this luxury to think,
yeah,
and then you're dropping time again down to...
Yeah, next time trouble comes after 3-4 moves, yeah? And, okay, but anyway, we probably believe that white is better, we believe the computer, but not so easy, right? Not so easy. I was actually thinking... if you... no, wait, if you trade, you lose the pawn immediately, right? Because of knight f5. Because of knight f5. But also what I was thinking, like, even if, let's say, black does not win the pawn immediately, but somehow arranges some sort of a blockade, get the king to f5, pawn to h5, he might be holding this one. Probably not, though. a5 is a target.
Right, another very impressive score that one of our participants has scored back at their national tournament is the Canadian chess player that we were struggling to pronounce the name. The chat on Twitch says that she scored 9 out of 9 at Canadian Women's Zonal Championship, and that's actually where she got the right, probably, to play at this tournament.
No, I think the zonal makes you participate in the World Cup, perhaps. So
wow.
then she's probably also kind of the best Canadian, the best Canadian junior, and therefore takes part. Takes part here. Also has the title of Woman Grandmaster, right? Woman Grandmaster.
Woman Grandmaster, yes.
So this is it. And what else? What else? Actually, quite a few games are still in progress in girls section. What's the lowest board that is still playing? Because that's also also an interesting one.
Um,
30. Nah, everything's on lower boards. Everything's decided. Like any big scandals, like 20 or I don't know, 1700 beating someone. No. Some
Not
results.
really, yeah.
Not really. Okay, so this is it. And for the boys, for the open section, board 1 is still playing, Yosipenko is still playing. That becomes sort of a nice tradition, right? I mean, 5 hours into the round, Yosipenko is still playing, of course. Okay, we are not yet 5 hours into the round. And what is that? It's board 6.
Yeah, I also
Francesco
realized,
Sonis. It's this, this game when
yeah, it's gonna continue
was
long.
was
But
like
it's actually draw, right? It's drawish.
trying to understand. Yeah,
Because you cannot really access
is.
with the king to
Apparently
anywhere.
it is. Yeah. So black has to be precise, and by being precise,
Maybe
I
just move the
think
bishop?
I think to. But king c5. Do we want to allow king c5?
I mean, bishop,
Bishop
yeah,
b6, but then this and a5.
That's how the things can go wrong.
That's-
So when bishop moves away, let's say somewhere on e3, d4, a5.
No, here, and then you wait, and b6, a6 is the
Yeah.
trick, right?
Yeah.
b6, pawn takes, and then a6, and white should be winning. Now, I actually thought that king d6 should hold it for black, because now you can never control e5, right? After king d4, there's always going to be a check.
Right.
Doesn't matter where the bishop goes. Like if you, let's say, if you pause, if you wait for me, I can play that move, and still after king d4, there will be a check on the diagonal. Right.
Can we move like a pass bishop move?
But that's exactly what we did. Yeah, bishop d5, bishop e1. You can wait again, and bishop a5, and still king d4. There is a check. So the only way to try to access this position is to actually sacrifice the pawn and go king c5. But it's only one pawn, so black has to be able to hold it. Even though, how do we hold it? It actually is kind of tricky.
It is tricky, yeah. For instance, you can keep this bishop on b6. Let's say bishop b6, and now king d4, and now king c5. Yes.
And you're just on time.
Yes. And I'll play king c5.
Hey, you'll take, right? Next move you'll take.
And in case if you play a5 right away...
a5, but that's what I'm saying, like just on time, because b5 is hanging.
Yeah. But you can also try
this. If the
this.
bishop would have been on c6...
Then king cannot go on c6.
Then king cannot go on c6. So, but it turns out the idea of sacrificing the pawn and going in with the king is still there, so maybe white can try. So get the king on c4, then start maneuvering with the bishop, and let's imagine that this bishop gets to, say, h7. And let's say black is careless, he doesn't do anything, and allows this e5 breakthrough. e5, king e5, king c5, a check, king goes here, and now my guess would be that king d4 no longer works. King d4, king b7, king c3, king here, king b4, and no, it does work, or it doesn't. Now I'm getting confused. Bishop c2.
King c5 here.
And a5.
And bishop d8, I'm fine with that. Maybe I'm not. No, it's fine. I don't know why this engine is so dramatic.
Because because you're getting into Zugzwang. Wow. What's your next move?
Bishop c7.
B6, A B6, and King B7.
Wow.
So incredible. It's like
Wow,
almost
that's nice.
it's not an empty board, right? But it looks like you have a lot of moves with the king, with the bishop. All of a sudden, it's a Zugzwang.
It's a beautiful one. And if you do all these things when black is down to seconds, this can really work.
Okay, so it's of course a clumsy analysis. It's just
Yeah.
I wanted to prove that white probably still has chances.
Yeah.
White probably still has chances. And is it the right time situation? Black? No, it's move 40, right? No, it's move 48.
40, no, it
so
should be right, yes.
Black is down to 5 minutes. Because sometimes the clock on electronic board is off right after move 40, right? So this addition of half an hour, sometimes it happens after the move is made, and therefore one is left wondering if it's a correct clock display. But since we bypassed move 40, then it's obviously,
should be.
obviously right. What else? Wait a second. Kacharava is still playing, right?
Oh.
And it's equal now?
Yeah, actually, before has been played. And obviously this before could be stronger when king was on g8 and far from d5 pawn.
So he kind of lost to tempi, perhaps. Yeah, so went back to d4, had to lose to tempi to this, b4. Yeah, this b4, indeed, as you said, it looked better with the king on
king
g8.
yeah.
With the king on g8. Queen e5. Okay. So black perhaps...
Because in that case, white also had the chances to trade the queens, and that was fine.
Yeah, now perhaps white can't really trade queens. At least, yeah, from what we have in the game, queen d6 was played. Again, is this good enough for a draw or not really? Queen to d6. Basically planning to follow the queen all the time. Like queen e3 check, queen e5, queen c5, queen d6, queen to d4 once again.
And if you don't...
if you don't block and you don't give a
d4.
check, then d4, of course, I'll be very happy to play. Now, queen e4. Wait a second.
No.
Queen e4 check.
So black wants to play d4 next move.
Yeah. Where the king's going.
King to f2, let's say. Then king
f2, and then it's d4, right?
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4 check, king to d7 to avoid further checks.
Queen a7. I don't see any other.
Wait a second. I thought that there was not a single check. That's why I went here. But yeah, but you have this one, and it's still a perpetual at the very least, right? I'm blocking, and it's a check. My brain melts, to be honest. That's such an intense position.
Yeah.
It's nothing. No, but let me explain myself. Like, it's seemingly nothing spectacular. It's not like crazy tactics with a lot of bunch of pieces on the board. But still, just imagine how much is the pressure on the players. So they have to calculate all those lines of every single move. That's incredible, and especially for, let's say, Kacharava, who pretty much, as far as I understand, pretty much every game he plays is like this.
Yeah, seems to be that he likes to play these tense positions, and he feels comfortable in the complicated positions.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Yesipenko seems to be completely winning. Right. So after knight f6, knight f6 was the decision, and this allows rook to a1. Black went g5, but this does look like desperation, to be honest. Knight e4.
Let's try. Now bishop f4 can be played.
You can play bishop f4, you can play bishop e3, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what black is trying. Wait, maybe black is looking for something like this. Knight c3 and then b3, b2 is running. Because now bishop c6 allows knight e2, right? Maybe, wait a sec. How to do it? Again, how do we do it? Bishop e8 is sort of a tempo, right? Rook a8, no, we don't believe it. Yeah, bishop has to be moved. Maybe to e3.
E3 seems more safer,
A
yeah.
little bit more modest, so that after knight c3, you'll have to go there. Still, I'm not convinced. The b pawn all of a sudden is somewhat annoying. And what else can it be? What else can it be? The bishop's hanging.
Maybe after bishop f4 and knight to c3, you have this intermediate check, bishop e5.
On e5, yeah, okay. King
and then
goes.
we can move the
so now knight
bishop.
e2 is no longer
Yeah.
a threat.
Yeah. So we can move the bishop now somewhere like c6.
But then our guy on h6 is hanging, so that's why I didn't want to give a check. Yeah, because bishop c6, understandable, want to attack this one, but bishop takes h6. Keep blundering stuff. b3. Yeah, how about b3? How do we stop it?
How to stop it, yeah?
Yeah, b3, b2. We probably do not lose because of some rook a8, rook b8, and take on d5. Yeah, but again, it's not winning. It's so confusing, this valuation bar, I have to tell you, because yeah, it's
not really helping.
No, it makes the situation worse, because now I'm kind of suggesting the moves and looking at this valuation bar all the time, and also we know that sometimes it's off, right? It will show one evaluation, then it changes
Jump
and
in
so
a
on.
second, yeah.
Wait a sec. I think we are missing the result on board one. Is it? No. No, I thought it was a draw, but not really. Hang on. I think... wait a sec. Where was this h5? We actually do have this study-like idea, with rook on e5 being arrested. King f6, check, here h3.
We wanted to have this position and we said like, yes, but then...
Yeah, we were playing h4, right? And we were left with only one pawn. Obviously, for white, he kind of likes to have as many pawns as possible.
True.
And what does black do here? If he's waiting, one actually gets a chance to take and then to return back, right?
Maybe d4.
Yeah, but d4, then white captures. And rook e3.
You can take on d4.
Yeah, like my point is like, if you lose d4 for nothing, then white's winning, right? And like if you try to play rook d5, you're probably lost. King d3,
knight d4, king d3.
King d3, yeah. So black kind of has to go for this. And that's why I'm stopping, because I realize that you take, black takes, knight e4 check, king e5, and takes here, and who knows if it's a win or not. Right? Computer apparently knows, but from afar, yeah, how can you tell if it's a win? Crazy. Such a lot of hard games today, hard to play, and pardon me, even harder to comment. Yeah. Okay. So black went with the other option. After h3, he went a3, at least preserving the structure as is. Like e6, d5 is still there, and he tries to push the knight away with king e7, so that the rook will be free. But does it really work? Knight b5, rook e4, rook f5, I'm guessing. Yeah, knight b5, rook f5. I won't be surprised if this one is a technical position.
Only square for knight, like knight c8, knight
no, rook
a6.
Rook a6 might be kind of trying to keep the rook locked for now. But then king
but this
d7.
ties the rook to the knight.
Yeah, we'll always attack this. So white got decent chances, but still not easy. Because you have to manage too many things, right? The knight's constantly runs into some attacks. You have to preserve both pawns because exchanging one exposes the other, and then black should be able to reach knight versus rook, which is a draw.
True, yeah.
Yeah. So both ones playing, both threes playing, both fours playing. Incredible.
Yeah,
And also both
all
six.
the things are staying on the boards. On the table, maybe we're gonna have the tie from the first. Maybe we're gonna have the soul leader
could
in
be
the
soul
open
leader.
section. Let's go to the girls section. We have a bit of change of
So
the
some
events
development,
there.
right? Some development on the top boards, I believe.
On the third board.
Let me see. So two draws, both three. Salimova managed to trick her opponent, right?
Like now she threats knight b5.
King c8, knight went to e8, a4, and then it's a check, and it's a check, and it's a check, and queen b4. Once again, there was something, according to computer, there was something better than this. Anyway, we don't care. Let's just watch the game. Queen b4, indeed. Yeah, white wants to capture on b5 for free.
I like this, yeah.
Not giving any counterplay.
So after bishop to d3,
Bishop d3, knight f7, I
knight
guess,
f7
right? So,
can
yeah,
happen.
not unhappy to take this pawn. It doesn't matter. Strangely, this pawn does not matter much, but still it's nice when it's not there.
It's not there, yeah.
Knight d5, pawn to a3. Maybe white wins. Slow, but yeah, but once again, can we have some position where someone's rook up? So that I will look at it and say, okay,
This is winning.
this
Yeah.
one I know. Yeah, white is winning or black is winning.
Yeah. We do have
We don't
several
have
of
such.
it.
We don't have such things. We don't have such things. Boots 8 and 9 still in progress.
Yeah, we can
By
take
the
a
way.
look. Those are the games where
Easier?
we can easily say that's
Easier.
winning.
Okay. Here white is winning because the engine suggests so.
Actually, the problem here for black is the knight on g7 is pinned, and white. The moment white hides the king, next move will be queen g7. And there is
And
an
just
extra
trade
pawn
everything extra pawn,
in the
pawn
end
endgame.
game of the pawns.
Yeah. And how did it? Here, right? So queen to d7. Okay. So bishop g3, a5, queen d7, a check. Well, that's a bit confusing because b6 seems to be kind of too relaxed of a move. King to g3. But this is it. Next move, king h2, or rather, not next move, but if you give me a check from
yeah.
d3, from
G6,
g6,
yeah.
king hides on h2, and then white
Pretty
can
much
trade.
game over because white. How can you stop this queen g7, bishop g7 moves?
Right. So here, at least, white is winning, and
And
then
the
on
next
board
board-
9. Board 9. Wow, that's some checkmate
extra
in
piece,
the
yeah.
some
And
checkmate in the making. It's not, because once again, technically black is a
with
exchange up, but yeah, but the king on g6 is probably the real problem. Wait a second, what was this? There was exchange up for black quite some time ago, and originally black was much better, but then perhaps lost control next to the, like around move 40, yeah. And okay, stuff was happening there. And actually, the queen which is on d8 is not the original queen white had, because it's d7, queen h3, d8, wow.
nice.
Wow. And yeah, it's so crazy.
And you have you had the queen on h3, and now you have queen on
The queen
h
is
rank.
the queen is hanging. No, I was trying to to put in words what just happened, because one can say white has sacrificed the queen, but that's not true, right?
Yeah.
The queen's back.
The trade. Well, queen
So
h4, rook h4, and d7 was, I think, the
Yeah,
also winning?
rook takes and d7 was just an easy win. Yeah, so it's either white decided to show off a little bit, or You don't know. But let me tell you what has happened. White sacrifices the pawn, in fact, because the d pawn disappears, right?
Yeah.
There was a queen on the board, the queen remains on the board.
So that's a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, it's a pawn sacrifice in a very strange way, and it's a pawn sacrifice for one tempo, because... okay, that's...
the queen is hanging, actually,
yeah,
on
because
h3, and you have to move
same kind of same material, d pawn disappears, but of course white queen is much better placed on d8. Yeah, and black queen is hanging. Check, and queen to f8.
Right, queen f5 is a threat right now. If you play rook f7, queen h6 is a checkmate.
Wow, it's a nice one, actually.
f4.
f4, yeah, but even like knight takes f4, rook takes,
There's
queen
queen e8
takes.
as well.
I think we've been there, right? Queen e8, rook to f7. We should probably return back. Yeah, maybe that keeps the game going, but for how long? Yeah. If there's any...
There's knight f4 as well. Knight f4,
nothing better, yeah,
f4,
but
queen
that's
f4.
it. Yeah, just take with the queen. You're
king
still
is
threatening
weak,
queen f5.
yeah.
Yeah. Ah, wait a second.
And you have extra pawn.
This game is all about making nice moves, right? Otherwise, we would trade on h4 and win. So
Yeah.
why don't we play g4 then?
Wow.
I don't know if it works, yeah, but it's a nice looking move, right?
I like it.
We threaten queen f5. If it's taken, the rook's getting open, so it's one. I mean, something has to be queen f5 and
Yeah,
it's
queen
a
h3
checkmate.
and queen
Queen
h6.
h3, blah blah, a lot of checks. And when there is a lot of checks, there is usually a checkmate. So yeah,
Nice move.
G4 actually works, as I believe a lot of others.
F4 has happened. Let's
Yeah, but
see.
black can't really do anything else.
G4.
G4 you don't need it. Yeah, I mean you win probably in many ways, like knight f4 indeed, and queen takes, and this king will not survive. This queen was, but yeah, G4 it's kind of a nice move.
And on the third board,
Oh yeah.
white is completely winning right
Oh,
now.
whoa! What happened? What happened?
I think black decided to give
Black
up
decided
B5
to
pawn.
give up b5 pawn. It's so incredible. Look. Nah, come on. Yeah, since white gets the c6 pawn as well, that's completely winning. Let me see. The queen was on c6 on, just let me tell you, move 32. The queen was on c6. The bishop was on g6. 32. And then white gets the pawn on h6, wins the a pawn, the b pawn, and so on and so on. And over here, which is 15 moves later, black still has the bishop on g6, the queen on c6. So something went wrong, yeah?
Yeah.
So black was randomly moving the king and pushing pawns which were dropping one after another. Yeah, I understand it has to do with the time trouble, but yeah, something went really wrong. It basically was a choice to protect b5 with bishop d3, drop the f7, or give up the b5 pawn. And I'm afraid Laura chose the wrong pawn chose to give up the wrong pawn. Okay. Black has one on board 4, by the way, with a checkmate. It's a checkmate, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
It was a piece up position, so. Some games are still on the lower boards.
Yeah, board 3 have just finished. We had a handshake. White.
White wins.
White, yeah.
So it's
got
a
the
huge
second
tie.
win.
Wait, Keti, it's a huge tie for the first.
Yeah.
So it's 4 players from board 1 and 2. Then Salinova, and then, yeah, like board 4, up to 10 people, I think.
Yeah.
Up to 10 people with 3.5 out of 4, which is, once again, quite impressive score. But at least nobody is winning with 100%. I still don't
No.
believe these results exist.
Yeah,
People
no,
do win.
I thought it could go even more. Like one player could take a lead and no one could stop it. But yeah, shall we go to the open section
Yeah,
because something
let's.
is happening there.
On the top
First
boards,
board,
no?
yeah.
A first board. First board. White's position kind of gets better and better. That much I can tell you.
Because now white is threatening to take his sixth pawn, and black can't really stop that.
That's true. After king d6, you have a check from a6, right? And then you just take. And I'm guessing you also win after rook f7, strangely. It's not the move to, once again, if you can win the pawn, just take the pawn. But rook f7, you probably trade the rooks, and then g5 drops, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, rook a6. Rook a6 is very convincing. So this will be Frederick's one then on 100% if he converts this. Any chance to... Oh, wait. And king b6 if I'm attacking...
Rook e7 here. Or rook h7.
Even a check first, which
To
is
keep
even
the
more
king, yeah.
annoying. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
nice.
even more annoying because like black needs to go to a6. And then, I'm actually insisting on making my move. Rook f7, because, I mean, this endgame with the king on a6, I'm sure I'm winning.
True.
I'm sure I'm winning, yeah, so that's... You can also just drop the rook back, maybe, and keep the king cut on the a file. It's a matter of, kind of matter of taste.
And on the board for let's go there quickly because this game might
Yosipenko?
end soon.
He does win. Okay. So what was... Remember we were wondering what is the move after knight e4. It turns out you just play this. You go bishop d3, right. You don't try to win immediately, right? You just give a check and you do this.
And now after bishop h6, he can go rook b8, force black to play king bishop f8 and bishop d6.
No, rook
I
f8
think.
is possible. Eh?
Yeah, it's possible.
Rook
but,
f8 is possible.
Isn't this winning bishop endgame or it can get tricky?
Not sure. I mean, it's probably is, but like once again, seeing how much of an advantage the engine gives white, I would guess there is an easier solution, and it's probably rook b6.
b6.
So we hit this guy. And then bishop g7, we actually give a check, right? If bishop f8, we probably just spin it without a check. No, I'm being silly. Rook d7 still, and king f7.
Actually, check happened and rook is already
Yes,
on
rook b8,
f7.
rook f8, yeah? Hang on. Rook b8, rook f8, yeah? Maybe now we can attack the bishop, no? Now we can attack the bishop, and after bishop g7,
Rook
this
d6, yeah.
wins the second pawn, right? This wins the second pawn. Yep. Fair enough. So far, yeah. Yosipenko has a tough tournament, but he keeps winning. There seems like
It's very solid, yeah.
every game takes him a lot of energy, but he keeps winning. Not a single like crushing victory. It's like every single game he played, you've seen way more than 50 moves.
Right.
On board 6, this opposite colored endgame is still going
Oh, he's going on that direction actually with bishop.
So white is looking for a way to break through with e5.
But white has to play a little bit faster and make black's clock somehow drop down.
But I don't think you can do this because look what black's doing. It's bishop a5, bishop a5, bishop e1. So you can't really do much. No, that's probably a draw. And then a lot. So next game, which is in progress, is as low as board 18, where people still have queens on the board, and then like really board full of pieces. basically a middle game, sharp middle game, with white having seconds there.
It's interesting that white has this extra bishop.
Of no use, right?
Yeah, and
Like
black has 4 pawns, and engine gives the advantage
yeah,
to black.
black is better. I think if we remove the a pawn, like it's not here, I think black's still better because its king is very weak, right? But yeah, why to remove something which is there? So that's board 18 and board 19. What's white wins with nice pair of bishops and an extra pawn, but this might go quite a distance, I have to say. We're nowhere near finishing. We're nowhere near done yet. It can be, I mean, it can go for quite some time. Yeah.
Yeah, but white kind of has really like easier game than black here, right?
No, I mean, well, white's winning, white's pawn up, right? So, let me see. On lower board.
Girls section is almost done. We have only 1, 2, 3 games in progress.
Aha, so girls
all the top boards are ended.
Yeah, board 11 is the highest, kind of highest board, which is still in progress, and yet another opposite colored bishop's ending. Ah, well, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. Huh.
It's the edge pawns, right? So that decreases the chances of win.
A pawn or the
The other side, yeah, king side, G and H pawn.
You mean you would have...
I would have liked to have the pawns in the center.
Hang on a second. No, I mean, with pawns in the center, yeah, you would win. But it's also important that this is the A pawn, not the B pawn. Let's say pawn on B5, pawn on B4, you would win. And how white holds here is just wait, or it's already stupid. No, I mean, come on. A bishop f6 and bishop. Now wait a second. The moment you play king h5 is the only moment where you can play g4, right? So the moment you play king h5, I have to go here. And then when you play g4, I have to go to e1. And this is a draw because you can win a piece and then I run to a1, yeah?
Yeah, king
and
is
you
closer.
can't do, wait a second, but maybe you can do something about it. There is no zugzwang. I have bishop f2,
No.
bishop e1, I can wait forever. If you go to g5, let's say I'm waiting and now you win it. Thanks to D, yeah, I mean, I'm probably on time thanks to d6 pawn, because otherwise you would not let me into the corner, right?
Yeah.
Or, okay, somehow. Somehow.
Maybe
Yeah,
first king
this
f5.
is, yeah, king f5, king f3, here, and then you would go bishop f5 and win,
D2,
but
king
the
D5,
d pawn
yeah.
is still there. Okay, maybe there was a very...
The pawn is a hero of this game.
Maybe it was a very clumsy explanation, by the way, so I'll probably illustrate it. So, I believe a lot, but maybe not all of our viewers know, but if the king is on a1, then black might win all the pawns, he cannot win the game, right? Simply, there is no way to push this king out of the corner, you push the pawn forward, and white gets stalemate. Next layer to this. Right, so if this position happens without the d6 pawn, that means, yeah, white has to go in the other direction. He's not allowed in the corner, and then black collects the a3 pawn and he wins.
Okay.
But thanks, right, the d pawn, if this position happens, white goes d7, crawls into the corner, make a draw. Oof, but it's tricky.
Yeah, king is already on h5. Now it's the time to play, yeah?
Yeah, king h5.
What happens if white keeps
Let's say
the
if
bishop
I
on
miss
e5?
the moment. Yeah?
Oh, not so bad.
No, this is bad. Yeah, this is just bad.
Yeah, maybe bishop d4 or bishop e5.
Bishop e5, g4. No, but this is lost, right? This is just lost because king goes. Oh, sorry. I mean,
G5,
it
F5,
goes
yeah.
to f3 and then g3 eventually. So,
But this is a theoretical endgame, and you need to know that you have to bring the bishop on e1 or f2. That's something that you need
let's
to know.
see. Let's see. Did white king g2? Wait a second. King g2, g4. Ah, yeah. Wait. Is it still a draw?
But how exactly this is a draw?
It might be still a draw because exactly for the reason that you've mentioned, that these are wrong.
Then I'm going g3.
Ah, here you go g3, right? I go king f3.
Bishop h.
Check.
Bishop c.
Go king f4. It might be a draw still.
Can we go back instead
Sure.
of g3 to play first bishop h, bishop c6?
Bishop c6, but then, as I said, it's important that this is... No, it's not important.
King g5.
Somehow black wins. But how does he win? And I'm just staying there.
No, we
but
don't have
then
d pawn.
then you don't have the d pawn, and our explanation actually makes sense, right? Because now black can go there.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so tricky. So king g2 means king g2 loses or what?
To me, it looks...
King g2, yes, g4. There's still some line. According to computer, there is still some line
Bishop
not to
e5.
lose. I don't know how. No, but bishop e5 happened in the game, and then king g5 wins.
Oh,
So easy to go wrong, it turns out.
Yeah.
So easy to go wrong.
Yeah, that's the moment when you need to remember this, and you need to know and then remember this theoretical endgame.
Yeah, because once again, if the H file wouldn't be the edge of the board, if some sort of I file existed, I file and ideally K file, then you could kind of bypass this pawn, come to H3, and then go G3, right? So sometimes, yeah, like without the A pawn, it would be a draw, right? It would be win with any other pawns, but if it's a corner pawn, it would be a draw. Well, no, not the corner, but the H
Interesting
pawn.
is to illustrate then what happens after G3 goes farther and white is not capturing this pawn and keeps the... Yeah, let's say bishop D5, D4 or bishop
Here,
somewhere, yeah.
bishop D4. Yeah, but that, once again, it's kind of important in the opposite colored bishops. If you have two connected pass pawns, then it's important to act as the team, right? So the pawns are going on the squares of your opponent's bishop, and when he tries to stop them, then your bishop is very useful. And, well, in this case, obvious bishop c6 is bad. So we start by going king g4, and then bishop c6. And the h pawn is going to h2, and this
No
way...
one can stop.
Yeah, this way black wins. So, the moment we switched to this game, we said it's a draw, and now, now black is winning. And, oh wait, but now it's already, you can already play g3, right? You don't need to be fancy. You just play g3 and...
Well, I would play myself king e4 first, to be honest.
Because it's kind of not running away.
Yeah,
from you.
I'm gonna win one time for
Yeah,
there.
that's correct. But I think this one's already kind of winning. Probably it is, yeah.
Yeah, it requires a bit of more calculation.
King f5, all right. Not much you can do. Wait, so that's one game.
Who actually has another obstacle color bishop in the open section. I'm keeping the eye. If something goes dramatic, we're going to switch to
So
that
I'm
one.
just curious to see all the games that are left in the girls' tournament. All right, nothing new. Simply 4 pawns against the knight. That's a usual endgame every time we have an endgame. No,
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it's
King h5 now can make
absolute-
things very interesting after knight f4.
That's actually a logical move. Yeah. It's never too late to blunder. I mean, that's a very important lesson. It's never too late to blunder. And interestingly, like even against the rook, like imagine this thing does not exist and this thing does not exist. Probably it's black who is trying to play,
Yeah.
like with 4 pawns, but not king h5,
Oh,
please.
something really shocking is happening on the
Tell
first
me.
board on the open
Open
section.
section, first
yeah?
board. What's shocking?
The things
What's
were
winning?
going
No?
so good for
Swane was winning.
yeah, Frederick Svane, but look at this now. The pawn is on d2,
And he
and you
blundered.
can't stop it.
He blundered. Whoa, 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 whoa.
If you
whoa.
play rook d4, I
Rook
believe there's rook
d4,
c4.
rook c4, right. So he blundered something badly.
And by the way, Yasipenko converted the
Yeah, Yasipenko
advantage.
won 3.5, and well, come on, but this is such a winning position. I mean, how did he? It's incredible. So he got himself into a time trouble. Okay, check here, knight c5, rook f2, king e3. Come on, can't believe it.
Wow. Him on the screen now, very disappointed.
And for a good reason, because it's absolutely okay. Takes, and just play knight f3. No, he basically blundered in one move. Like knight
He
f3
could
was
play anywhere this rook, right? Look, rook
knight
a5
f3.
is fine.
Rook a1. Rook
A1
a1. I
is
mean,
fine.
play pensioners
Rook
move.
a2
Like
is also fine, I believe.
play pensioners move.
Oh my gosh. There's
So
like
that
few moves.
he
to
kind of
this
found the only move which doesn't work. That's
Wow, he's so
absolutely
disappointed.
incredible. And d2, yeah, and after rook d4, that's absolutely incredible because
Wow.
this is, of course,
This is so painful to watch.
so he was working so long to actually convert this, right? Which originally looked like a draw.
Yeah.
After the opening, he managed. Well, he's got an absolutely winning position, and then so the game actually goes on. Rook
Oh,
c4, he captured. Check.
I think there was a draw from the opponent.
No, it is right.
Yeah, there's a nice timing to offer a draw from black. We saw he was very upset. Oh wow, that was painful blunder.
Hopefully he didn't play king f4 because this way you're losing with white.
Yeah, that's too much, right?
Is it a draw officially?
Yeah, I guess.
Because we did not get the result just yet. So that means, yeah, it is a draw. That means that Yasipenko wins and Murzin wins out of top 10.
So they
all the rest are
all
draws.
the-
Yeah, all the rest.
Now we have even more joint leaders in this category.
And yeah, and board 6 still goes on, and it's still pretty drawish. White went for this breakthrough with e5, and we...
How we did this? Magic?
No, but that's e5. I mean, at some point.
Yeah,
I think that's
fine, yeah.
How was the line where we were winning with white? Yeah. King here, bishop h7. I think the line was king a6, king c5, a5, bishop d8, right?
Does it change anything if black plays king to c7?
Hang on. I'm not sure. So go here and after king. Yeah, I'll go. Of course. Yeah, that's much better. That's much better. That's actually a dead draw, right? Because king is sort of arrested. You will have to play a5, and then this diagonal is long enough not to be in, not to be in any any zugzwang, right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, so just go king c7. It's nothing to be done.
And in girls section, the game with the obstacle color bishop ended in a way as we described that it can be winning. So that game has been over, and we have final 2 games.
So girls, 2 games left, right?
Yeah.
2 games left. Okay, this one with 4 pawns against the knight. So black didn't blunder, of course. Rook f6. The h pawn's gonna join. Yeah, that's... Ooh, this is unstoppable, it looks.
Yeah, black got ready to roll the pawns now.
It looks absolutely unstoppable. And the next to it is on board 25, where, okay, extra exchange for a couple of pawns. Oh, this is annoying. G5. Who's playing for win? I mean, I've always have this big question. I mean, who's playing for what? Because white can pretty much force a draw by going there, right? I guess. And not really king h4. No. I'm tired. I'm suggesting stupid moves.
You know what's really interesting position right now? One of the boards, there are so many pieces on the board you can't imagine.
Oof. In the open section, of course.
Yeah, in the open
But
section.
as I said, yesterday, imagine, second round. So everyone's tired, and there were guys who finished like 11 p.m. something. So there was very longish, like middle game, and then one was winning, then it was a draw, ended up opposite colored bishops with the queens, so which obviously gives you a chance to play million moves. And yeah, it ended with a bad blunder. Okay, so which board it is where we still have middle game? Not this one?
No, we're getting close after like
Come on.
second move of the progress, not the next one.
But wait a second, but what's that? I mean, is this the position which looked completely winning a few moves ago? I bet it is. People
yeah.
getting tired, I'm guessing. So somewhere here it's already not so bad. It used to be pretty bad. It's no longer is. 29 is, yeah, white's winning with two bishops and an extra
this one,
pawn, and this
23rd.
one. Whoa, I'm sorry. Maybe we lost connection? No?
No, the time
No?
is going.
Not only the time is going, it's moved 62, by the way.
62,
So
wow.
apparently, you know, there was a blocked structure, and they kept like playing for very long with, you know, pawn chains and stuff. So it only now with the position got open. Wow.
Very interesting.
Let's watch this
position,
game for a
actually.
change, yeah, because we gotta have all the opposite colored bishops and so on. So who are the players? Albert Winkelmann from Australia, is it? Yep.
Yeah.
And Jose Francisco Viega from Portugal. All right.
So black is having a little bit better, actually very good position, but time not so much.
Knight takes, pawn takes. Alrighty. Is black really better? He probably
There's
is,
like queen
right?
e5, queen c3 kind of threats, or queen g7 to keep the eye on g pawn. The problem here is that this a6 pawn is like almost gone. Like rook b6, rook a6 can happen.
Yeah, you're right. He can try to win this pawn. Yeah, rook a2 is actually clever, because queen a1 to trade the queens, right? So you play an accurate move like queen e5, and I'm guessing white has prepared sneaky queen a1. That might be white who's better, because then I'll trade the bishops, the pawn will remain. Who knows? Yeah, that's a nice resource, this rook a2.
Yeah.
So black,
king to g8.
king to g8.
Maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, rook a2 is a sneaky move.
You know, it's one of the strange positions that it's a lot of pieces on the board, but also you kind of have to play like it's an endgame, because the a6 pawn is there, and it's either gone and then black's completely winning, or white manages to unblock it, put it on a7, as white's completely winning. So you got a strange balance between king safety and also watching the pawn not to get too active. King to g8, indeed, so clearing the diagonal, and white cannot reply with queen a1 because he drops the g2 pawn. So king b1 is played. King crawls into safety. Now rook from a2 protects g2.
Maybe g3 is something that...
White wants, yeah?
Yeah.
G3 or even g4, and then if black captures en passant, then rook g2. Yeah. So let's look at it. Rook to b6. Attacking this guy. Oops, this guy.
But the problem of G3 is that the pawn on F4 is not hanging
Yeah,
right
you're,
away.
you're
'cause
not. Yeah,
three-
you're not actually creating any threat.
So now black can take rook 7 to A6. Can I do that?
No, I think you
actually?
take with the other rook, in fact.
Yeah. Let's do this rook because the bishop is not hanging.
Rook A6,
Now
it's rook
rook
B5.
B5, yeah.
And then you take one rook, we take the other, right? So rook B6 captures A6. White can take because rook A2. Let's trade a rook. And after black captures with the rook, let's go rook G2. Maybe that's the way. Oops, not H2, but G2.
Can I do queen G7? Or queen F6?
You can. I mean, more ironic would be to go queen G7. So that,
This is the best move, look at this.
yeah, your queen is pinned two times, but it still protects the A1 rook.
But it's funny that this move queen F6 maybe was losing because then you have a check and you have to move.
Oh yeah,
your
like
rook
more
king
checks,
away.
like rook G8, yes, a queen G7. And this is something about rules of chess that I find unfair, because they say white cannot take on A1. Hey, white would have been winning. I mean, I take on A1, you take back. No, but you take
And I
back.
take-
No, but the queen is pinned. Wait a minute. You take my king, I take your king, and black is rook up. White's rook up, yeah?
And the queen.
Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, so this line doesn't work, obviously. And therefore, it might be that rook b6 simply wins the pawn. And then it's really tough. Yeah, rook b6 played.
Has been played.
Well, the engine is not that pessimistic for white, at least for now, which kind of hints at the fact that white probably has
You know what? You can
some resource.
do queen h2, queen h3 gets
H2.
2 on the black side of the board.
You mean like just trade everything and go to h3 and try to come up with some perpetual check? Yeah, perhaps that's what white has to do. Like if black captures, I'm just trading, right? Trading again.
Queen h3
And
in the
queen
end.
h3. Not getting somewhere immediately, I mean, or like not winning anything immediately. Black, in
There's
fact,
at least one check.
black at last can play, at the very least, can play queen f6, so all the pawns are defended. But then, yeah, then queen d7, white queen is active, possibly joined by the bishop. So, yeah, easy to believe white has enough pawn to play.
Oh, open section is done already? We have
No,
all
but,
the
but
game.
that's exactly the that's exactly the game from the open section that
maybe this
we're
is-
looking at.
Oh, sorry, the girls section.
Girls section,
Girls section.
finished, everything.
Everything is finished.
Wait a second, 4 pawns against the knight. Did 4 pawns beat the knight? I believe.
Oh, in fact,
they
this
did.
game we were curious. It ended in a draw.
It ended in a draw by mutual agreement. That's the best way to end the game. Alrighty.
That game I really can't find with 4 pawns, right? Against probably there is no 4 pawns anymore. Probably there's a queen.
But black won. Yeah.
Yeah, black one.
Won.
So
This
final
is-
games we do
wait
have in
a
open section only.
second. There is also some like crazy. No, nothing crazy. But this game, this endgame, which you would expect like be over by now, but it's still going. Black somehow manages to keep this pawn. I mean, it's just some random game on lower boards, and it's not the lowest. On board 45. The game's still going. Black to move.
Bishop g7.
Knight b4. There is probably some secret move against this knight b4, because otherwise we lose the a2. Maybe we don't care. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's do this. And then knight b4 and we take, right? And then we can trade and
Bishop d2.
trap the knight. Well, perhaps that's winning. Oof. So out of the top top boards, only this opposite colored bishops goes on. Oh, and white have won it. I mean, he didn't win it yet, but
Oh my God.
black somehow. Yeah. Wait a second.
Oh, he felt like
So
I
first
did.
First of all, we have to give the player with white pieces credit.
No, we have to give you credit to found this
come
at
on,
the first
come on.
place.
No, but look,
Wow.
no, he found a nice thing. Bishop to f5. Remember, whenever we said like king goes to a6, king goes to c7. So it is a Zugzwang now because you move the bishop, pawn goes to a5. You move the king. That's what he's done.
Wow.
Move the king, then king is not going to c7. So white can go to a6. King b4, he protects the pawn, and then what?
It's still draw? Like king. Probably
It is.
you have to move the bishop on d8, a5 diagonal.
Yeah, that's what I just realized. That
Yeah.
you just do this, and then you
But
block
it's so
these
hard to
pawns.
give up the pawn a7, right?
It wasn't obvious, yeah, but this was a draw. This was a draw, and he did what? He instead played.
I think he just played this move very fast.
Wait
He
a
kept the
second.
bishop on the long diagonal.
So he went bishop c5, allowed a5, and then b6 simply happens.
Oh wow.
King b6 and
King c6, king d7.
c6, d7, c8, and then wait a second. It's a Zugzwang again or what?
Yeah, if you play king a5, then bishop d3, right? You don't.
Wait a sec. But
What is doing?
one of the ways to win here, I'm guessing, is to go and take this pawn. No? Does it work? Or black is in time? Because I don't know what he's doing. I mean, he's hovering around with the bishop. Let's try. So king c6. Now black absolutely needs to go king a5 to be on time with this, right? Then we play bishop a6. So for now, king...
Do we need to play this? Can we play king d7 right away?
king d7, king a6 or b6.
King e6.
And just go after this pawn. But
Yeah.
that's what I thought was the plan, yeah. And he's kind of one tempo short,
Yeah.
right?
If
With
you
bishop
play-
on c7, he would have bishop d8, it's a draw. But yeah, if we take the second pawn, it's just game over.
Wow, what a dramatic
Yeah,
day we
that's
have
such
today.
such a tricky endgame. So if white eventually wins,
And we don't have camera because this is one of the last boards.
no, it's board 6.
Board 6.
It's
Oh,
it's
then-
not the last board, no, by any means. It's
Oh,
one.
wow, it's board
actually quite a tough matchup. It's Francesco Soris from Italy, 25-30, grandmaster against international master Sokolovsky.
Wait, the game has been ended. I see
Wait a
king on
second.
e4.
The game ended. Two options. White has won on time.
White won.
White
'cause
has
the
won
king
on
is
time.
e4.
White has won on time. So
On time?
he actually failed to find. I mean, those are the last moves. So he kept moving the bishop. Well, perhaps he would have found it eventually, but it seems like White has won
King
on time.
b4, right?
Yeah, king b4 and no, but we figured out, right? So this is what we need. No, not this. We need to have the bishop protecting b7,
yeah.
and then we run to g5 pawn. It didn't happen, but yeah, White has won.
But losing on time is something hurting. That hurts. Wow.
Losing, in general, is not very pleasant, I have to say. Okay.
Practice, right?
And so what is that? We do have one more game now?
I think
Not really.
We're just signal that that's it, guys. That's it.
So top boards are finished. Nevertheless, all draws on the top boards in the open section. All draws.
All the draws on both categories, but then we do have in the girls section the rating favorite Nurgul Salimova outplayed
winning against
Lara
Lara
Schultz.
Schultze. But it brings us to, to this topic that normally, since we are commentators, we consider to be experts in chess. And I can remind you of our predictions the other day, the day before, when I said after 4 rounds we for sure is going to have someone on 100%, and you said quite possibly after 5.
Yeah.
We don't have anyone. We don't have anyone, you see. No, but seriously, today the fatigue kind of kicked in. That's the feeling. I mean, that's the way. I mean, that's why, let's say, Swane didn't win on board 1.
Yeah.
So yesterday he had a nice day, but he has given us that many. I mean, that much energy. Yeah.
He had winning position in the end. He also put too much energy today in this game to outplay the opponent in the end game. He managed it in the very last second.
Yeah,
we saw so many games
so we
lost in the
feel
last
for him.
second.
Yeah, we feel for him. Yesipenko back to the first table after winning today, and once again,
Salimova as well. Yeah.
the average length of Yesipenko's games is
I
amazing.
think
I mean, it's
for-
amazing. Like more than 50 moves in like every single game.
Yeah,
More than 50
yeah.
moves. Yeah.
Things are going back to the first round when we had these rating favorites on the first boards, but now it's already 4 rounds past, and
4 rounds
some of the players
past.
already scored quite nicely.
Okay. So tomorrow we will be back with round 5, same time, so no double rounds. Well,
No,
I've
thank you
checked.
very much.
I've double checked. Yeah, no, double checked for the absence of double rounds. And this will be it. It's a lot of players sharing the first place in both categories. While everything's open, no leaders yet, right? And 7 more rounds to go. Stay tuned and come
Bye,
back
everyone.
tomorrow.